until I find the day, the only words I know that you, until I say the only words I know that you,
I know you see it, girl, this ain't sitting real good in my soul. Everywhere this little girl goes, she pick up another obstacle. She was my heart, I don't know the tribe or the fall, but by default, she don't think of me. I thought she was an Indian. She be slanging things like a simian. All my life I wanted me an Indian. Now she's far away, but I had to know. Listen, I know you see it, girl, this ain't sitting real good in my soul. Everywhere this little girl goes, she pick up another obstacle. She was my heart, I don't know the tribe or the fall, but by default, she don't think of me. I thought she was an Indian, but she be slanging things like a simian. All my life I wanted me an Indian. Ooh, girl, let me in. In the street with a wedding ring, and she hit the bar, city babe, are you down to cheat? He looked in the eye, chivalry, is he really dead? He pulled out a tip, jumping right on them. Think it wasn't good to intervene, and I lost her. Lost her to the world and the girls and the posters. Entertained, I died of the pain and it cost her. I ain't mad at me, but it hurt. And I thought she wasn't in it. Now she only worried about the Benjamins. She been lurking in my dreams. I swear that eyes on me, but not at all. I swear that eyes on me. I swear that eyes on me. I swear that eyes on me. I swear that eyes on me.
until I need you, I need you, I need you. I need to let you see what you mean to me.
Llévame, soltate eso. Llévame, tú no dejes mi corazón. Llévamelo, solo soltate eso. Llévame, tú no dejes mi corazón. Llévamelo. 2 days till I'm back on the road and I'm on you. I hear you calling me, so come on to me tonight. No time to be worried about what we wanna do. Just take care of me, I'll let you take the lead. Coming over me, solo así junto a ti. Don't let the city break your heart. Conmigo no tienes que hablar. Llévame, soltate eso. Llévame, tú no dejes mi corazón. Llévamelo, solo soltate eso. Llévame, tú no dejes mi corazón. Llévamelo. No room to be falling for you without honesty. Don't be scared of me. It's where you wanna be. Tonight's alright. For the meantime, if I have to wait, I'll be patient, babe. Coming overnight. Solo así junto a ti. Don't let the city break your heart. Conmigo no tienes que hablar. Llévame, soltate eso. Llévame, tú no dejes mi corazón. Llévamelo, solo soltate eso. Llévame, tú no dejes
you're lonely, yeah. You see, you think you know me, but you don't even know nothing about me, yeah. You see my thick thighs, lost when you look into my brown eyes. See my little ways can make you switch sides. You never know the devil in a disguise, so why don't you stand up, baby, and tell me, do you want me on top? So let me show you, I don't need to back it up. Don't wanna hold you, mold you, scold you, split you in half with my heart. I just wanna love on you, trust in you, honor you, please do the same on your part. Be honest, you want this, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience. Be honest, you want this, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience. Take time, can I say,
Right. My AI just changed. It just buzzed the front gate. I thank God you came. How many more days could I wait? I made plans with you, and I won't let them fall through. I think I lie for you. I think I die for you. Jodeci cry for you. Do things when you want me to. Like controller. Yeah, like controller. Yeah. Okay, you like it when I get aggressive. Tell you to go slower, go faster. Like controller. Yeah, like controller. Yeah. And I'm never on a wasting shawty. I do it how you say you want it. Them girls, they just wanna take my money. They don't want me to give you nothing. They don't want you to have nothing. They don't wanna see me find your loving. They don't wanna see me smiling back when they knowing I lie for you. Thinking I die for you. Jodeci cry for you. Do things when you want me to. Like controller. Yeah, like controller.
I'm rolling on your wheel now. I'm drinking Hennessy now. I hope you see now. Say you don't bust my eyeglass. You don't scatter my plans. See my eye, I don't cross. You put me for ambulance. See why you made me big. See what you did to me. God save me, please. I know you got me now. I know you got me now. I know you got me now. Followed you up and down. Followed you up and down. Followed you up and now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost mine. Now and I know you lied. Now I know you lied. Now I know, cause the doctor said I burnt my liver. I've been drinking, smoking cigars. Used to sing and play my guitar. Now I'm lost in this and bizarre. Everything I do, everything where you talk, I do. Everything where you ask, I do. Say you don't bust my eyeglass. You don't scatter my plans. See my eye, I don't cross. Put me for ambulance. See why you why you make
All right, all right, all right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. No, I hope that everybody is doing fine. And I see all of the beautiful faces. I would like to see more faces, and I would like to see more faces. But as we progress along, we're beautiful. We love it. We love to see it. I love that. I love that camera that just turned on the quiet. I love it. No, hi everybody. My name is Deontay Livingston, and for today I'm going to be your host with the most. You can ask me any question that you want. I am here for you guys. I want to use this opportunity to, bid you my bit of welcome to the Better World competition, the Better World family, where we are turning passion into action, one pitch at a time, right? As I said, my name is Deontay Livingston, but seeing that we're a family now, you can call me Diddy. We are all friends, and I'm marking each and everybody's face. So on the 21st, at the end of all of this, some of us are going to be closer friends. You see the wink? You understand? I look at everybody's name. I see Andrea Prince. I hope I'm not butchering your name. I see Miss Gardner up there laughing. I love it. I love to see it. I just want to see other faces. Hi, Miss Walker. How are you doing? Are you fine? And Miss Erin. Yes, we love to see you. Love to see you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I'm not telling a lie. I'm not telling a lie. The Better World people, them go on with themselves, people. They go on with themselves. They have a wealth of a speaker list. I'm not telling you. I need celebrity people and happier people. Pure celebrity people. And the in-depth of information that we're going to get from this intense learning day. I'm happy for you, and I'm proud of the Better World team. You understand? In our society where we're now, if it is that or any interval where we can garner knowledge for free or we don't have to pay fees, be there. I know so we're very happy and we're very, very ready to go. We have a very, very fun-packed day full of information. And at the end of it, I know that it's going to be substantive for all of us. And again, to welcome you to the Better World intense learning day. No, as I said just now, we have a very, 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 very rich lineup of speakers, and we are going to introduce them to you via a video for you guys, and we are going to be playing that now. I'm going to hand over to the Better World people that are going to be playing that video for you guys now. So sit back and watch the video. I'm going to meet the people now. No man, I thought we'd have to see some emoji in the chat. I thought we'd have to see some excitement for the people, technical skills and how them put together the video. come on, let me big up the better world people. Them have exactly. Them have one with themselves. Them have one with themselves. Esther, I love it. Me feel the inspiration in our bones. Me happy for you, see. I'm so happy for you guys. Better world team, big up on yourself. Now, as I said, we have a very intense learning day. And as such, me don't want to take away nothing from I want to ensure that everybody, have the time to really learn. I believe that we have the time to ask a question and ask people a question. We can do that. But I don't want to take away anything from anybody. So without further ado, we are going to be going down into the meat of the matter. We are going to go into our presentation. I know someone here from the nice people, right? I mean, now, no longer. I know some handsome. I mean, know some love to my face already, even though not just me. I know some love to my face, but I know that you want the wealth of information that is here for us. So, right. So, seeing that, we are going to go down into the meat of the matter. I know you guys will want to know who will be speaking to you. So, again, I'm going to hand over to the Better World team who's going to do an introduction video for our speakers. Over to the Better World team.
Introducing our first guest speaker, Ms. Danielle Mullins. Ms. Danielle Mullins currently serves as the president of the Guild of Students at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where she is also a UE Open Scholar. Said to be one of the field's brightest young minds, Danielle believes strongly in the power of tech and innovation, in edifying society, and would ultimately like to work in areas with civic application of technology. She aspires to become a world leader in the technological representation for the Caribbean and Latin America, focusing on enhancing the Caribbean's pursuit of the SDGs. Danielle also has a natural affinity for leadership and youth empowerment, and thus serves on youth councils both locally and internationally, representing the voice of young people in technology, education, national issues, and tech for health.
Miss Zara Aline. Zara has been working in private sector development in the Latin American and Caribbean region for the past 10 years, and has experience as a consultant with the IFC and World Bank with a focus on building the regulatory and physical infrastructure needed to support and nurture successful competitive businesses. As a co-founder of Become Investable, Zara guides business owners in building sustainable, investable companies that are prepared to grow, and enjoys working with people to solve problems and increase their confidence in taking the necessary steps to achieve their goals. Zara holds a bachelor's degree from Yale University and a master's degree from the University of the West Indies.
Our next guest speaker is Ms. Esther Gale. Known as the global leader in training, Esther Gale Fraser is passionate about exploring the intersection of business, education, and technology, and is working to become an expert within the fields of cybersecurity, data, and storytelling. Believing that the world is your oyster, she has pursued her academic studies all over the world and is currently studying in Spain, where she is doing a bachelor's degree in data and business analytics. A firm believer in sharing knowledge, she has executed several events that work as a catalyst for the development of Caribbean youth. Most recently, she executed #FullExposure, a digital media and photography forum in 2018, and Leadership Lab's inaugural summer camp in 2021. Presently, she is building an online community that supports international students and those interested in studying abroad.
Last but not least, Mr. Wade Edwards Green. Mr. Wade is the managing director of 2 healthcare practices in Jamaica, Melmac Dental Care and Highgate Dental Care. He is also a consultant in healthcare innovation, logistics and informatics, business process management, as well as social entrepreneurship organization, leadership, financing and profitability. He has a strong background in service, serving as the Director of Social Impact for the Evermickle Foundation and Ambassador for the Governor General's Program of Excellence, I Believe Initiative. He is also the immediate past president for the Rotaract Club of Kingston, and he currently serves as an Assistant District Rotaract Representative in Rotary International, overseeing and guiding 6 Rotaract clubs in this region of Jamaica.
I can't stop saying it. I cannot stop saying it. Me happy phone. Me happy phone with the access to the wealth of information that you guys are getting from the better world people them. It's not normal. Remember, say them things, somebody here, one of our speaker, is consultant with the World Bank. Miss Consultant, if you would like to speak with me afterwards, I would like to speak with you as well. Right? I don't know about you guys, but I would want to have a friend that is a consultant with the World Bank. We know what the World Bank is. One big bank where what if I money go through. So I don't know about, but I would like to have a friend that works at the World Bank. Now, as I said, I be a celebrity. I be a celebrity when we get today. You had the UN Mona president. She's an easy come by, very, very busy lady. Miss World Bank, me not tell her, she's the hypermalist. She's the hypermalist. May I have a friend now, Miss World Bank? Right? You understand? Somebody over Spain. Esther is over Spain. Me want to Spain. Who want to Spain? Do Jackson emoji if you don't want to Spain. Esther, you have to go tell us in your presentation somehow how you got Spain. Because me want to Spain, so. You understand? And one of our speakers have 2, not one, 2 dental care. 2, not one. I want them one sponsor we. You know what you guys should do? Because we are all friends and family now. You understand how we go against the institution? We should all pressure the better world people to get us some sponsors from one of those dental practices. We not be like how we pressure them. We should pressure them because if them have these people, we are going to be using them up. No, I want us to be able to get all of the weight and the information. So now keep on too long. As I say, I know that I'm very handsome. I know that you guys like me. I'm ready. I'm a Virgo. It's easy to love me. It's fine. But we are going to be going down into the presentation on the first lesson that we have. The first lesson that we have is all about the pitch. And our first presenter is my favorite. My favorite, Miss Zara Aline herself, Miss Consultant, over to you.
Good morning. Deontay, thank you very much for that introduction. I appreciate the enthusiasm and I hope that I can keep that energy, match that energy and keep that energy as we go through today. Of course, as Deontay said, we are here to learn with you and to help you learn and to learn from you as well. So if you have any questions as we're going through the presentation, please drop them in the chat. We may just do them at the end instead, but if they're going through, if there's anything that doesn't make sense, if something needs to be clarified, if you have a question that's not being answered, please drop it in the chat, raise your hand, and we'll make sure to address it, because today is not just about me talking to you, right? It's over an hour. So you don't want to hear my voice just talking at you for an hour. I'm really looking forward to hearing from you, hearing your ideas, and getting a sense of where you are as well, right? It's really an honor to be here this morning, to speak with you and learn from you. And I'd really like to thank the BetterWorld team for the invitation to participate in this learning session today, and really give them some accolades and some props for this initiative. I think, you know, they're really bringing these efforts. They've done some serious efforts over the last few months to bring this to life, to tackle this important and ambitious mission. And I give them a round of applause from the beginning. So thank you so much. I think the fact that people are showing up on a Sunday morning shows people's commitment, shows that it's important to them. You know, it's not always easy to give up your Sunday. So hopefully we can make this valuable to you. I hope that this is useful. And just also remember that, especially so this presentation that I'm going to give is really talking about fundamentals of a good business model and talking about how to put together a good pitch. Hopefully this will help you to prepare for next weekend when we get to hear all your brilliant ideas and your own pitches. But just also remember that this is not the be all and end all of this information, right? There's many different ways to approach these things. So if you have your own way, you have your own spin you want to put on things, that is also completely fine. This is really just to give you some of the fundamentals, some of the things that you can think about, especially when you're putting together a business idea and how you're presenting it. Because essentially a pitch is really just how you present your business idea to whether it's potential partners or more likely investors, people who want to invest in you, want to invest in the company, want to give money and or resources to help your company grow, to help make it a reality. So without further ado, we'll jump into the presentation. I'm just going to share my screen and hopefully that will work out well. 1 second here. Okay. Okay. And let me just. Okay, so hopefully you're seeing all of that. So Deontay, if I could ask for your help in monitoring the chat, because I can't see it properly while I have the presentation up. So if there's a question, anything like that, just feel free to interrupt me. Yeah?
Right. Remember, so we're friends, so it's fine.
Exactly, right, exactly, we're all friends. So, as I said, today we're really going to talk about how to build an investable business and how to tell your story to investors. You know, I know that is I'm speaking to a group of Jamaican youngsters, and one thing I've always appreciated about our colleagues from Jamaica and from youth from Jamaica is that they're very, very entrepreneurial spirited. They have a lot of great ideas. They have great character, an amazing way of pulling people into a story. And these are all things that you're going to need to be able to put forward a really convincing, amazing pitch. So what we'll cover really today is a few things. First, we're going to look at kind of start at the beginning. So what it really takes to become a business owner. Some of the questions to help you guide sort of the business model formation, how to make your business more investable, which was what our company Become Investable focuses on, guiding businesses to become more investable, to become prepared to accept investment, prepared to approach investors. And then also, you know, much more to the point for this competition is how to pitch your business to investors, right? But you can't pitch a business if you don't have a strong model, right? If you don't have a strong business model, you're just going to be selling dreams. So you really have to have that business model fundamental set up first, and then you'll have something to pitch. So I just wanted to find out quickly if any of you have ever seen or done a business pitch. Any hands? Any in the chat? Anyone? Anyone's either seen one or done one themselves? Yes, Kevin, I know. Kevin is my business partner. I know you've done them. Anyone else? Yes, Esther Gail, great. Right. Shark Tank counts, definitely. Anyone who's seen Shark Tank has seen a business pitch, for sure. Now, of course, what you see on Shark Tank is a little bit shorter and a little bit more jazzy than a lot of pitches might be. However, it's the same basic principles, right? It's presenting your business idea, telling your story in a compelling way to convince investors, in that case, in the case of Shark Tank, to give you to invest in your company, to trust in you, and to part with some of their funds to help you grow your company, right? So it doesn't always have to look like Shark Tank, but that's a good idea to have in your mind of what you could be thinking about, right? So what do you think, and this is a question just in general, what do you think investors really care about? What are some things that investors think are important? I'm seeing a hand from Candace.
Oh, yes. I think investors would care about profitability. So whether or not your business can make profitable return.
Definitely one of the aspects that they think about. Anybody else?
Joanna is saying in the chat that they're going to be thinking about whether the business is profitable or not. Ashley is saying feasibility of the idea, and Orisha Allen is saying they care about the life of the business, how long it will last. She added, very good answer, love it.
These are fantastic answers. This lets me know that I'm talking to the right group of people, because these are that's definitely along the lines of where we're thinking. So investors are not just looking at who's the best speaker, although you should be able to speak well to be able to convey your ideas. They're not just looking at who has the flashiest presentation. They really want to understand the fundamentals. They're really looking at you, at the business owner. They're looking at, as you said, the profitability of the business for sure, the feasibility and the strength of the idea. They're going to be looking at the team. They're going to be looking at how well you've done your research, how well you understand your business and your market inside and out. These are all aspects. So those are great answers. So that leads me to believe that we're getting off on a great start here. So as I said, if you don't have a strong business model, you're really just selling dreams, right? A lot of people, you'll hear them talk about their business and they'll say, well, we're getting into this space, and in this space, this product is for anyone. So anyone above the age of 18 in the entire world is the market for this product. And so they'll say the market for this product is 3 billion people. And if we sell to half those people, then in the first year, we can make $1.5 billion, right? But that's a dream. That's not reality, because that's not focused. And if you say that to an investor, they'll say to you, you probably should go back and do a little bit more research, because you haven't really looked at what you're really addressing. You haven't looked at the problem that you're trying to solve in the most focused way. Because if you come to me and you ask me for $100,000 or $1 million to grow your business, I have to believe in you. I have to think that what you're saying is realistic and that it's achievable, right? So the first step when becoming a business owner, what do you think the first step, the first thing you have to start with? Where do you think that might be? Any ideas? Yes, Candice. And Alexis, I'm seeing as well.
Okay, would it be creating a business plan?
Part of it is close to it. Yeah, Alexis, what are your ideas?
I was thinking you first find a problem within your environment or within your country and try to find a solution to that problem to create wealth, as well as to give persons what they need or want.
Yeah, you're both definitely on the right track. So I think, we're definitely, sorry, am I missing anybody, Deontay?
No, nothing came in the chat, but there's another, and I don't know if you want to speak. There's another.
Sure, go ahead.
The initiative, like something that's profitable and that's sustainable to keep the wealth coming, basically.
Yeah, no, and I think these are all different parts of the same idea, which is that, yes, you definitely need to identify your problem, because then you can come up with a good solution. It needs to be something that's sustainable and profitable. And a good way to kind of organize those thoughts is to put it into a business plan, right? However, what I will caution is don't get too, yeah?
Ashley is saying, you can have a set of characteristics like risk taking. I know in economics there's the idea of persons being not risk averse. And then add that the source the demand of people and also find opportunity that will be beneficial. I think she's referring to the people themselves. So
I mean, at this point, you guys should be giving the presentation. I feel like you may have seen my slides already because these are all coming up. All these answers are coming up. So I'm actually really proud and happy that these are the answers that you guys are putting forward, because it means that we're going to have some extra time once I run through all of this to ask questions and talk a little bit more. So yes, all of those things are part of it. I would say that the first step though, before you do anything, because I will say from experience that entrepreneurship is not it's not always a smooth road and it's not always a straight road. So what you really have to start with, and you'll see we've done a little roadmap here, because we do a roadmap to investability. And so this is a roadmap to becoming an owner. And the first step on the roadmap is finding your why, right? So finding that thing, that passion, that idea, the purpose that's going to drive you when things get a little tough, because things tend to get tough, especially in the beginning parts of a business. Even when you have the best idea, even when you have a great team, there's going to be adversity. There's going to be a lot of no's. There's going to be a certain amount of failure. That's all part of it. And it's some of the things that you need to learn to learn how to accept and learn how to overcome. But I guess my question is sort of, so what are some of your whys? You're all here part of this pitch competition. So what are some of the reasons why you're interested in starting a business? So far, we've spoken about, for example, being able to really solve a problem in your community. As Alexis said, we've talked about the need to create sustainability, to create wealth. And so anybody else have other whys? Any reasons why you particularly are interested in starting a business? You can either put it in chat or you can raise your hand, either way. Yep, to make at least one person's life better in some way, that is a great reason. Anyone else? Create a legacy. Yep, definitely agree with that one. And a sustainable business can really create generational wealth to make a profit, of course. Look, you're not getting into business for only the fun of it, right? You want to make money. And creating that generational wealth, you need money and you need profits to be able to do that. Exactly, very good. Anybody else? Great, these are fantastic answers. And I think having that why, so what I will say is having a why that's rooted in something a little bit deeper within you helps. Because on those days when things are exactly embracing your interests, on those days when things are a little tough, when you might have come back from a meeting and your third investor in a row says, it's a great idea, but we're just not interested. It's a great idea. It's not the right time. You spent a year looking for funding and you still haven't found it. You have to understand why you're doing it, right? And I remember having had meetings with my team where we say, guys, this has been a really tough time. Why are we doing this again? What are we really focusing on? And we have to go back. We go back to our vision. We go back to our mission. We want to make that change. We want to be able to really create that value. We believe strongly that we have something different. We have something to offer. And eventually we found the clients for us, but they were not the first 5 clients that we spoke to, right? So sometimes that's how it goes. But start with why. Find your why and understand it. So you have to really focus on that as being your touchstone for the inevitable challenges. And also remember that the only way that starting a business, isn't the only way to affect some of these changes. Or even on paper, to being a business, a company that's generating revenue and creating that impact and that change. it's a lot. It takes a lot in between those steps, right? So we've gone over a little bit about what you think makes a good business idea. And so we've touched on some of those aspects. So we're really just going to get into a little bit more of the details of it. When you're developing your idea, these are some of the areas that you can think about to be able to build it out. What can you create? Right? What can you create based on your skills, based on your expertise, based on your experiences, based on what you're seeing in your community, based on the problems you've identified? What can you create? Because every business is the creation of a solution to a problem. Think about what's going to differentiate you from other competitors. Every business has competitors. And so what sets you apart? Before you start building out your business, you have to do a lot of research into your market. Do research into your sector, understand it, not just where you're operating now, not just in your local context. Look globally as well, understand some of the trends, understand where the market and or the sector is going, and also where it was. So you can start to understand the business that you're going to be in and be able to better identify and understand your competitors as well. One of the number one areas that I think people don't always think about, but is very, very important in business, is understanding your customers. So identifying your customers and then understanding them. One of the mistakes that we've seen people, and we've seen a lot of some of our clients make, is having a build it and they will come mentality. Just because you think something is a good idea doesn't necessarily mean that it's solving the problem in a way that people will pay for. Part of the research that's most important when you're trying to understand how to start a business is understanding your customers, understanding what they actually want, how they behave, what they will pay for, and what they consider a relevant solution to their problem, right? Think about whether they're willing to pay for the product. And also, you should really be able to answer the question of, especially during a pitch, why would they pay you? So you specifically, why would they pay you to solve this problem? What are you bringing to this problem that no one else is bringing? How are you seeing it differently? How are you solving it differently? And then, as someone had also spoken about with when it comes to risk, right? After you've had your idea and you've developed it a bit, you have to think about what's your risk appetite, right? Because starting a business is not always going to be without risk. It sometimes means that you're taking quite a risk, stepping out into a path which may not be the traditional path, stepping out into a path which may be different than that which you had previously considered, right? So what are some things that you think could be a risk to a new business? Any ideas? There are no wrong answers.
Saturated markets where like there's a lot of competitors and this new business don't really come with anything new per se.
Right, definitely, yeah, lack of differentiation, ever-changing economic climate for sure. That's definitely something that we would have seen in the last 2 years, definitely with the also the impact of the pandemic and the economic fallout from that. Anyone else? Yep, not having enough capital to continue the business and not having enough capital to start, definitely startup capital, and the continuing running expenditure, how to cover the costs, definitely. Yeah, you guys are really doing a great job. Changes in taste of the consumers, yes. TJ, this is a big one, right? Not understanding how your customers are changing their appetites, not understanding how their customers are changing their needs and not changing with them. Competition. Yeah, competition is always a risk, but there's a way to address that risk as well. Anyone else? Okay, great. So yes, scarcity of resources in your business. Yes, exactly. So there's a few ways that you can mitigate some of these risks, and we'll talk about that a little bit later down. But yeah, so some of the business risks that you can think about and these address some of the concerns that you brought up, would have been, for example, a lack of diversification. So if your business is not properly diversifying itself from its competitors, for example, then if the market is saturated, or if there are too many competitors that have the exact same product or service, you run a risk of not being able to really break into the market unless you are able to truly identify your niche, your specific area, your specific strength, right? There's always the risk of initial business failure. Even really good ideas, strong teams, sometimes the timing isn't right. Sometimes they face, a bad economic climate, and they may have that initial business failure. As an individual and as a team, you would have to decide what your strategy is for dealing with those initial failures, whether you're going to pack up shop or whether you have a plan B to be able to continue, even if the first idea or the first iteration of the business doesn't do well. And then one risk, which addresses some of the other answers that would have been put in the chat here, is inflexibility to change. You have an idea. Your idea may be your baby. You have thought about this idea for years, and you think that this is exactly what the market needs. This is the only way to solve this problem. However, you test it and you realize actually the market wants something slightly different, right? If you're not flexible to that change, if you're not flexible to the changes in the taste of the consumers, you're not flexible to the changes in the economy, you're not flexible to the changes in even supply and demand factors, then your business won't be able to survive the ups and downs that are just part of general business life, right? So these are all things to think about when you're considering risk, and also when you're considering your own risk appetite. Not everyone has the same appetite for risk. Some people are not in a position to be able to lose money over a longer period of time, right? Some people may say, I'm only giving this a year, and after a year, I'm moving on, I'm doing something else. And that's fine. But be clear with yourself, be clear with your business partners if you have them, as to what your risk appetite is, and try to align with people who have similar risk appetites to you. Because it means that when you have to maybe pivot or change or go in a particular direction, you all have to really believe in the change that you're making and the direction in which you're heading. Which brings us to a very important question when you're thinking about your business model. How are you building your team? So a lot of times, for example, we may start a business with people who are around us, our friends, our family, people who we know. We have an idea and we say, I work well with this person, so maybe I can try to start a business with them. What I will say is that's not always a bad idea. However, building a team is more than just familiarity. And depending on the way in which you build a team, sometimes it's better to actually not be as close to the people that you build the business with, so that you're focusing specifically on the aspects of the business that you need to focus on together. Yeah, so Ashley, you're saying the same interests. That's how you can build your team. Definitely. I think having that vision defined, and how you want to run the company and what the business is trying to achieve, if everyone is kind of on the same page starting off there, then that could be a good starting point for sure. So just before we get into sort of defining some of the other aspects of what can make a good team for a business, I know I had a lot of challenges working in teams and group projects when I was in school. So have any of you ever had challenge working in a team? And what types of challenges have you had? Right, pulling the weight of the group, definitely. Anyone else? Yeah, same. Yes, right.
Lack of communication.
Lack of communication, yeah, definitely. Anybody else?
Sharing the same, or I guess expressing myself in a way that it's understandable. Articulation.
Okay, yeah. So being able to maybe properly communicate your ideas to the team. unmotivated group members. Yeah. Oh, TJ, you've never had any problems working in a team? That's lucky. All right. Did I hear from everyone?
Oh, I have my hands up, but I was gonna say, lack of knowledge from your group members.
Right. Okay. Lack of knowledge. Yeah. So you
And
have some
we have Miss Prince in the chat saying unmotivated group members.
Unmotivated group members for sure. And this, as you said as well, when you're looking at when you have gaps in your knowledge and your team, that can really hurt you as well. So let's think a little bit about what you really want to focus on when you're looking at your team. So first, you want to start off looking at the skills of the team and the systems to put in place to both assess the team and to help the team be its best. So when you're putting together a team for a business, you want to try to put together some complementary skill sets. So let's say, for example, you're starting a business and the business is set up to, let's say, repair bikes, right? So you want to set up a business and you want to do a bike repair shop. You need to have at least one person who knows how to repair the bikes, right? But you probably need to have another person. If it's a group, you need to have somebody else who knows how to actually run the business side, knows how to run the finances, the accounting, right? You have to have somebody who understands how to do the sales and the marketing. You have to have somebody who understands how to communicate with the staff members. Let's say you hire staff to help to do the business. You have to have somebody who knows how to communicate with those people, who organizes them, who ensures that all policies and procedures are being followed. These are all different kinds of people that you need to have in a business. Sometimes with a solopreneur or with somebody who's starting out, all of those people are one person. But as companies grow and as they scale, especially when you're looking at investors are going to look very closely at how you're filling out the knowledge and information gaps in your team, the skill gaps, ensuring that all of the key capacities are filled, right? Yes, Joanna, exactly. So diversity is important for the introduction of new ideas, definitely diversity of opinion, diversity of experience, and also diversity of skills, right? So if I'm coming in with for example, in the team that I'm on now, the Become Investable team, I'm coming in with international development experience or project management experience. There are other members of the team who are coming in with an investment banking background and have more of a finance experience. There are other members of the team that are engineers and coming in with a different type of project management background. And those skill sets are complementary. Part of how you can figure out if you're putting the right team together is going back to your mission and vision. Are the people who you're bringing onto the team contributing to that mission and vision? Are they people who you feel work well together? Do they have a similar understanding of the values of the company and the way in which they want to do business? If you have one person who's very committed to a particularly ethical way of running a business, very honest way of running a business, and you have somebody else who's willing to cut corners to make money, those two people probably won't work well together in a team. There'll be a lot of conflict and they won't be able to resolve. So it's important as well to put systems in place to manage performance, manage and measure performance, and to address conflict as early on as possible. These are not always things that we consider in the early days of a startup, but they are things which prevent problems later on. It doesn't have to be a complicated system. It doesn't have to be something, overly official. You don't need special software, but just a way to ensure that people know what's expected of them, if they're meeting expectations, and if there is conflict in the team, how you can address it in a way that's respectful, in a way that's productive, and in a way that works to the benefit of both the people and as well as the company. So part of what you need to speak about as well in terms of when you're thinking of a team is to take some time to think about the culture and the values of the company, right? Understand the environment that you want to establish. How do you want the company to run day to day? How do you want people to speak to each other? How do you want people to deal with conflict? How do you want people to deal with your customers? How do you want to be seen as in the market? So, for example, in companies that I've worked in, we've looked at values of always producing excellent quality, always having integrity, always meeting standards of excellence, right? So these are all different types of values that you can think about when you're considering whether or not someone matches the fit in terms of the culture of the company. Include the values that really reflect your values, and then you can assess your team members based on whether they fit into that. Because a lot of times it's not that people are either good or bad at their jobs, even though yes, obviously there's skills that come into it. But a lot of times when people don't do well in a company, it also has to do with fit. It has to do with not being able to, not sharing the same values and vision as the rest of the team. So now that we've covered some of the fundamentals when it comes to the business model, there's just a few questions to guide sort of the formation of a business, right? One, are you building the right team? You have to think about identifying all the skills that you need for the key positions and bringing on team members based on their skill, their values, and their company culture fit. You want to ask yourself, and this is an important one, why do your customers choose you? So why are your customers choosing you? Why are they coming to your company specifically? They could go to anyone else, right? There are, if you opening a supermarket, if you're opening a food delivery service, guarantee there's dozens of competitors out there. Why are your customers choosing you? And it's not always price. A lot of times people try to beat their competitors on price, but more often than not, it's the customer experience that really changes how people interact with and recommend a company. And those early referrals and recommendations for most companies are what's going to make you sink or swim. So you have to think about identifying your ideal customer really early on. So to do that, think about a few things. You can think about who's really the person that could benefit the most from what you're offering, right? Build out that customer profile. We sometimes call it an avatar. It's essentially you're looking at who's the person who you, when you thought this up in your mind, is benefiting the most from it. Is it a man or a woman? Is it someone of ages 16 to 25, or is it someone who's ages 35 to 50 or above? Does the person have a particular type of interest? If, for example, you going back to the bike repair example, you want people who are interested in cycling, right? You're going to want people who are involved in that world. You're going to have, those people are going to be within your customer profile, within your avatar. One thing which our mentor has always told us, and which I will now say to you, is that one of the number one things that businesses forget sometimes is that they get people in the door, but they don't keep up with their customers to get feedback. And if they do get that feedback, they don't review the feedback regularly enough. It is very, very, very important to establish a system to get feedback from your customers. This is regardless of whether you have a product, whether you have a service, whether you see your customers every single day or once a year. There's always a different way to make sure that you're meeting their needs, to make sure that if their needs are changing, that you're changing with them, and that if they're having a problem, that you're addressing it before they decide to get fed up and move on to somebody else. So don't only gather the feedback, but also figure out a way to review the feedback. Because also understanding your customers and showing investors that you understand your customers, understand their behavior, what they're looking for, how they spend, that's really important to being able to gain the confidence of the investors that you know what you're doing. It helps the strength of your business model. So we ask the question a lot of our clients of what is your business a fortress? So in this case, we're not necessarily talking about, a proper fortress with walls, although we do call what we refer to as competitive advantage, we call that our moat. So the moat around your castle. Essentially, what you're trying to do is determine what it is that sets your business apart and what makes it hard for your competitors to steal your market share, right? What makes it difficult for your competitors to win in the areas that you are winning? So in order to really think about that, you have to identify who your competitors are. Every single business has a competitor. Even people who are coming up with a brand new business model the way to find out who your competitors are is think about the problem that you're solving and then determine how your customers are currently solving that problem. Because those are your competitors, those are the people that you're going to have to get business from, even if your idea is completely new. So for example, let's think about something like online shopping, right? So let's say you wanted to open an online store and be able to, you have a whole system of how to create the purchasing experience, etc. And you say there are no other online stores in the area or in the country. And so my store doesn't have any competitors. But how are your customers, the people that you're trying to target, how are they currently solving that problem? How are they currently getting their clothes? They may either be making them themselves, buying them from other stores, buying them from other people, right? So yes, you may not have another online business that's competing with you, but you have a business that is competing for your customers' attention and that's solving their problem in a different way. So think about who those people are. And also think sometimes about who your potential partners could be. It could be sometimes, for example, that if you have a team and the team has certain gaps in it, instead of always hiring new people or instead of trying to find somebody to join your team, you could set up a partnership with another company, another group of people who share your same values, have similar vision, etc., and have a partnership with them to provide certain services to you. So for example, we sometimes partner with a firm that does marketing and design because we are not marketers and designers in our firm, but we oftentimes need those skills to be able to prepare pitches and prepare presentations for our clients. And so we partner with a firm. Instead of hiring a full-time marketing person, we partner with a marketing firm and we work together. We provide them with certain business advisory services. They provide us with certain marketing services and we go from there. Always be able to articulate your unique selling point and your specialized skills of your team and your unique selling point, which is the thing which sets you apart. We call it sometimes your secret sauce. It's your special, whatever your special differentiating factor is, be able to properly articulate that, because that is the thing which, when speaking to an investor, is going to take them from being somewhat interested to very interested. Because the more secret and the more special that secret sauce is, the harder it will be for other people to do what you're doing. And that brings us to last point on this, which is protecting intellectual property. This is different in each jurisdiction, but it's really just thinking about if you have something which is patentable or that can be trademarked, do some research into what it takes to trademark or patent that thing. Once it gets to a point where you think it needs to be protected, that helps you ensure that no one can steal your idea or your product and do it for themselves. It's not always an easy or cheap process though, so do think about it, how you want to approach it, but it's just something to think about as well, how to protect your intellectual property. And an important part of business, which you may have seen, if you've seen Shark Tank, you've definitely seen this part. You have to understand your numbers, right? You have to know the numbers of your company. You have to understand how much money you're spending, how much money you're bringing in, what you're spending your money on, and also what you're projected to spend. Especially when you're doing a startup, you're not going to have historical financials. You're not going to have money that you've spent already. So you have to think about what you're going to spend and how you're going to bring in money and how you're going to spend that money and how you're going to use that money for future growth and development of the company, right? So have an understanding, keep good records from the beginning of your cash position, how much cash you have in the bank, your payables, and your receivables. So what bills are you paying and how is money coming in? Understand your revenue, your expenses, and also understand the profitability of your company, bottom line, right? So profit and loss, cash flow. And these are simple statements which you can usually look up online for simple templates to just be able to help you keep track of how you're spending, how you're earning, and then, any future money that's coming in, future bills that are going to go out. It helps you to understand your current position, but also the future position of the company financially, right? And it's something that the investors will be interested in understanding. And so the last question is if you're ready to face those investors. And in this case, that's where the projections and the financial statements do come in. for more established companies, you will want to, once you've had more than a year of operations, you'll want to have somebody help you prepare these, but you always want to know what's in them. Yeah. So always understand what your financial statements say and understand how your projections are prepared, because in a meeting with an investor, you're not always going to have your accountant there. You need to be able to explain it to them. You don't want to say to somebody who's just on the cusp of handing over an investment, actually, I have to get back to you on that. I have to speak to my accountant. You want to be able to speak very knowledgeably about your company, how you're spending your money and how you're making your money. It also helps if you can show that you have some skin in the game. So what does this mean? It means that for a lot of companies, you need to show that you often are the first investor in your own company. It doesn't mean that you have to have a ton of money and that you will have to have sort of a cash on hand. Definitely not. It does mean that you have to show some level of investment, whether it's investment of time, investment of whatever resources and experiences that you do have into the company. Most people's first investors are friends and family, and then that sort of lays the foundation of show that people believe in this idea and believe in the company, and then they can then move on to, and friends and family doesn't have to mean your actual family or the people who are closest to you. It can mean people that you know through your network, reaching out to people to see if they're interested in some level of investment in the company, and then you can, when you go to a larger investor, they can see like, okay, yes, there's a track record here. You can build on that. So this is just some of the fundamentals that we've spoken about. And these are the things that you can keep in mind when you're putting together your business model, right? Building the right team, why your customers are choosing you, what sets your business apart. Do you know your numbers? Are you ready to face investors? And one that I didn't speak as much about today, but it's the strength of your company structure. So that just looks at sort of what are some of the policies and the processes that you have to actually manage the company internally. And something to think about as you go down the line. So now we're going to get into very quickly. I know we're running close on time here. So of course, BetterWorld team, you can always just tell me to hurry up or move along quickly, but we just have one last section. We're going to talk about the aspects of a strong pitch. So once again, there's a few key aspects when you're looking at the actual pitch deck, right? On the pitch day, these are some of the questions that you have to be able to answer. So these are going to stem very, very closely related to what we spoke about with regard to the business model, but they're specifically to do with the pitch. You have to be able to state very articulately what problem you're solving. What's the scope of the problem? What's the scale of the problem? Whose problem is it? Right? Be able to identify and answer those questions off the bat and have good answers to these questions. What's the scope? What's the scale? And whose problem is it? Look at what your target market is. Identify that for the investors. Who's your ideal customer? Be realistic, be specific, go back to the customer profile and be able to explain that well. Realistic and specific is important for all aspects of this. When it comes to identifying even your problem, for example, don't go too big. Think focused, okay? Be specific and be realistic. Explain why your business is a solution. You can do this by answering the questions of how are your customers going to use this product or service? And then if you can, whether it's through a demo of the product or service, or even through like screenshots of a mock-up, if it's something like an app or a tech-based solution, you can have a screenshot, you can have a mock-up of what you're going to want it to look like. Show how it works and what it does. Because showing how it works is a lot better than telling them how it works. So if you can even put together a demo, get a couple of people to test it out, then that's always a good way to speak to investors, because you're kind of speaking from a position of authority. Of course, as we spoke about, businesses are to make money. So how is your business going to make money? Look at the revenue model. What do you charge? And who pays? So, for example, there are certain business models in which the person who is giving the service or receiving the service isn't paying for it. Somebody else is paying for it. Can somebody think of an example of that? Something that I think a lot of people use that the actual user doesn't pay for? Anybody have any ideas?
Could you repeat that?
Yep, apps. Exactly. So what I'm asking is, I'm thinking of something which the actual user doesn't pay for. And so we have to think about how the company is getting paid. So I see TJ said apps. There's a few other answers, I think. I can think of quickly. Kevin, yes, you can guess. Facebook, yeah, exactly. Facebook is one that I think of a lot. Because how are Facebook and some of the apps, these things that are free, how are they being paid for? How are the companies making so much money? Advertisements, exactly. So in that case, if I'm pitching a business model that's based on ad revenue, then it doesn't actually matter whether the users can pay, right? Because the users aren't paying. What you have to figure out is how you're going to make it attractive to the advertisers, right? Television and radio, for example, all of these things are paid for by ads. So you have to figure out it's actually how you're going to make this business model attractive to the advertisers. How are you selling it to them? Because if you don't have the ad revenue, the business isn't going to function. So think about who's paying. Is it that the actual users are paying? And say exactly, Kevin, you just took the words right out of my mouth. If you're not paying for the product, and you may have heard this before, if you're not paying for something, then you are the product, right? What that means is, if you are not providing money for a product or service, you are likely you are part of what is being sold to gain that revenue for the company. Not you specifically, but your data, your profile, your information, right? So it's just something to think about. Think about when you're thinking about your revenue model. It's not always going to be that it's just a direct transaction. Sometimes you also have to think about if this is something which is going to benefit from ad revenue, from other types of revenue. And then think about how your revenue model compares to your competitors. It could be that your revenue model is better. It could be that it's different than the way that other people are making their money. Facebook was not the first social media site to come about, but it was the one that made the most money. So how is their revenue model different than their previous competitors, right? Something to think about. It's always good, and this is not necessarily only going to be for next weekend's pitches, but in general, it's always good if you have some proof. If you can have proof of adoption, early adoption of your product or service, any early sales, pre-sales, expressed interest in your product or service, and you have that evidence from actual people who are either giving you feedback or who've tried it, and you can present that to investors, then it proves that it's not just in your head, right? This is not just your baby. This is something that other people have seen, have tried, have experienced, and have liked. If you're sort of in the stage right before that and you're pitching, think about very clearly about the major goals that you either have achieved, and then the plan that you have to achieve the other major goals and next steps for your business's growth. Think about your marketing and sales strategy. How are you going to get this product in front of prospective customers? Are you going to go door to door? Are you going to sell it online? Are you going to use social media advertising? Are you going to use influencer marketing, television, radio? How are you going to get this in front of your customers? How are you going to reach your target market specifically? Because this is where the target market comes in as well. Maybe your target market is not going to be the same people that look at Facebook. So maybe it doesn't make sense to put ads on Facebook. Maybe your target market, through your research, you discover that they use TikTok, or they use WhatsApp, or they use other platforms. And so maybe it makes sense to put your money there so that you're spending your money strategically. Think about the sales channels. And once again, especially when it comes to marketing and sales, you want to be able to clearly articulate what differentiates your business, because that's what you're marketing. You're essentially marketing what sets you apart, right? And then once again, you have to think your team is so important. I'm just going to keep saying it. The team is very important. The people who are running the company are the lifeblood of the company. Who are you? Why are you the best people to be running this business? What skills and experience do you have? Highlight the team members, your successes, your expertise, And then here's the other thing, because for a lot of these businesses, especially for the ones for next weekend, you're not going to have all these things filled out already. But what you should do to be able to show that you have an understanding of the company or the business is identify the key positions that you're going to need and then have a plan for filling those positions, right? Because then that shows that you've thought it through. It shows that you've thought through who you need and who would be needed to make the business successful. Look at your competition, identify your competitors, how they're solving their problems, how are you different and better than them, why they'll choose you, and what are the key advantages that you have, right? What are the key advantages that you have and how is it better than your competitors? Look at your financials. Last thing, financials. What are the underlying assumptions? What are you assuming? What are you assuming is the size of your market? Make sure you're not putting in a lot of hockey stick projections. Does anybody know what hockey stick projections are? An idea? Okay, so yeah.
No, I'm saying I'm not sure.
Oh, not a problem. Okay, so I'll explain it really quickly. So essentially what it's, if you can imagine a graph, right? Like an x-axis and a y-axis, right? And you're looking at growth over time. A lot of times, and here's something that investors look for, and this is a red flag to them, so it's not a good thing all the time, is a company will say, well, we're starting at 0. And they will say, but over the course of the year, we're going to go from 0 like this. So most companies don't grow like that, which is going from 0 to 100. Most companies will grow slowly over time in a slow curve. And actually, that is a much more realistic, but also much more sustainable way to grow. Hockey stick growth, or what's called hockey stick projections, is usually what happens if you're only looking at your business in a vacuum. So you're not looking at the actual market forces. What you're looking at is just essentially you're doing back of the envelope math. So you're saying, okay, if there's 2 million potential customers in my country, and each person, let's assume that we sell to 80% of these people, and each person pays $2, then this is how much money we're going to make in a year. And it's just unlikely that that's true. You have to think about what are the underlying assumptions. You're assuming that every single person you sell to is going to buy. You're assuming that the price is going to stay constant. You're assuming that that everyone that you market to or advertise to is going to buy your product. Everybody who's part of your market is going to buy it. And that's usually not true. So you have to be a little bit more realistic in your projections in order to make them seem like, in order to make it seem as though you've really thought it through. So be clear about what your assumptions are, because the investors will ask, how did you come up with that number? Be realistic, and then keep it just super straightforward. Don't get too complicated. And then in the end, just remember to put in your ask. How much money are you asking for? How are you planning on using the money? And how is the money going to help you achieve your goals? In the end, the important part is to tell your story simply and honestly, right? After your pitch, you may, when you're pitching to investors, during the pitch, you need to keep it straightforward and simple. But after the pitch, you may need to have a written version of the pitch, which is essentially like a summary memo. You want to have more detailed documentation on workflows that they may ask for, more detailed financial forecasts. How are you going to hire? How are you going to do your research and development? What are you going to spend on if you have manufacturing costs? How much is it going to be? Marketing expenses, sales forecasts, profit and loss forecasts, cash flow forecasts. These are all things that you may need after the pitch. You don't need it during the pitch, but you need to have it ready soon thereafter if you're going to continue these discussions with these same investors. So just to recap, think a lot about your numbers as a company, your customers' feedback, keep your processes and systems in place. It'll help you to scale your company over time. And think about what the barriers of entry are for other competitors that keeps them out of the market. Focus on your fundamentals, and to keep in mind for a successful pitch, keep these things in mind. Keep it simple and straightforward. Make sure to tell a story, be engaging. Don't overstate the market opportunity. Don't make it seem as though this is the only thing, the best thing since sliced bread. Keep it realistic. Remember to include the ask, right? So include how much you're asking for, why you're asking for it, what you're going to do with it. And also make sure the presentation, if you prepare a pitch deck, a presentation, make sure it can stand on its own, because sometimes if you send it as a PDF to an investor, for example, they can forward it on to other people who might be interested. But if the presentation doesn't make sense without you speaking over it, it's not going to be as powerful a document. So do make sure it stands on its own and that the key information is in there. So that's basically it. I know the last part I talked a lot, so hopefully you have some questions. I hope that was useful. If you have any further questions, you can always email me. You can check out our website as well. We have some information there. So yeah, that is it from me. If there are any questions, please let me know. Happy to talk about them.
Whoa. Candy whoa. Big moment, whoa. A lot of whoa. That was a presentation from a Yale graduate. Let's talk about it. That was magnificent. And I know for a fact that you guys have some questions. I know that you have some questions and I'm going to allow you to ask a question as well. But at every interval of this session that we are going to have, it's a learning process. So before you ask a question, because we're all family, I'm going to pick on some people. And I want you to practice your speaking skill. You understand? You're going to sit upright and you're going to look formal and nice. And then you are going to tell Miss Aline one thing that you learned from her presentation. And I must say, Zing, I must say that I feel so happy to see I see 2 males, 3 males here. I'm very happy when I see the males trying to, get into that education realm and pursuing education in any form. Even though I'm not a very maths number type of guy, and the maths not do so well. But anyway, you are inclined to, I'm very happy for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick on some people. So I want 1 male and I want 1 female. And I'm not gonna lie, every single time TJ texts into the group, into the chat, I feel like I gain some knowledge. It's so very, very bright. So I've been actually like, I would want to hear from TJ and Miss Alexis Henry. She seemed like she was very into the presentation. So I want you guys to open your mind, sit up now. You're talking, you're prepared for next week. So you're going to sit up, look good. One thing that you learned from Miss Aline, then we're going to take the questions, and then we'll go into a break after that. So, ladies before gentlemen, Miss Alexis, one thing that you learned, you are in your presenter mode now. Go.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. From Miss Zara, right? Presentation, I learned that you should always keep it simple. Must always tell your story. You must know your target market, know your customers, know who you are pitching your idea to. You must also know who you have on your team. Do they have the skills that you are requiring in your business? Yeah. I think you did a very good presentation and I really, really learned from it. And I'm really, really thankful that you came here today.
Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. TJ, over to you.
Well, good morning. What I learned today is that from the presentation, even so for example, there's a problem in society, right? Even though there's not a product to solve the problem, the consumer still find a way to solve the problem. And you as an entrepreneur or aspiring entrepreneur should find creative ways and solutions to solve that problem and show the potential consumers how your product better than their solution. That's what I learned today.
I'm not telling a lie, but I'm very, very sorry for the judges. I am very, very sorry for the judges who will have to judge these pitches because the people are bright. And I'm going to say right now, wholly bright and bright. Now, for the question, we have some time where we can ask Ms. Zara some questions. Remember, guys, she's coming from Yale. She's a consultant at the World Bank. I have some questions myself, but I'm giving you guys the opportunity first to answer the question. So ensure that you are asking a question. Any question, we better work, which I want the participants to ask the question first. Give me the opportunity to do so. People, open on the mic and ask Ms. Zara some question. Even if after all our process to get into Yale, go. After some question, do not let her leave and don't get some answers to your question. So, questions. If you want to raise your hand and talk, I would appreciate that more because I want us to practice speaking and feeling comfortable with talking. We're all family here and it's a learning process for all of us. So please, questions. Yes, Ms. Walker. Let me hear you.
Good morning. My question is, what advice would you give to us specifically? Because we have to prepare like a pitch in a week. Any tips or pointers for that?
Yeah, I would say, well, so what I can do is I can make these slides available as well so that you can see sort of what you can focus on when it comes to the pitching. Because some of the, I have another handout, which I'll provide to the BetterWorld team as well, which is essentially just some questions that you can ask yourself when you're putting the pitch together. Essentially, I would say one thing with a pitch is just to make sure you're comfortable with it, right? So don't try to be anybody else. Be yourself, be able to tell your story comfortably, because you can tell when a pitch is genuine. You can tell when somebody really believes in what they're speaking about. You can also tell when they're not really sure. So having kind of worked on pitches before, both receiving pitches and having pitches given to me, I can say that one thing is to make sure that you practice it. So kind of decide early on what it is you want to work on, what you want to focus on. Make sure you have a certain amount of the research of the market done early on so that you understand the business that you're operating in. Because especially when it comes to these types of pitches, so the pitches that you're going to be doing next week are slightly different from sort of a more built out pitch, right? Because you're going to be essentially pitching from scratch. You're starting from sort of a very new idea. So you're not going to necessarily have all this background and all this history. So what I would say is the best way to focus on that is to really think about what your story is. Make sure you're comfortable with the story, practice it, tell it to different people, make sure it's in your voice, make sure you have as much research as you can find. And the great thing now is that there's so much research available online into different sectors. You can check out, of course, you can Google it. You can always check out how things are performing, whether through the UN agencies, World Bank, IMF, they can tell you how certain sectors are performing worldwide. And you can look at where the market opportunities are. And then that allows you to lay the foundation. So that's the foundation for your pitch essentially, is this is the market or the sector I want to operate in. This is how that sector is behaving. This is the market opportunity. Then be clear about what your niche is, because you're obviously not going to serve the entire market, right? With your, whatever your solution is. So once you've been able to clearly articulate your problem, then clearly articulate your specific solution. One of our colleagues, he works in digital marketing, and he's constantly talking about the real need to niche down. He always says niche down. And it's really about finding where your specific focus is. It's okay if you're only selling to this sliver of the market. If you are the best at selling to that particular part of the market and solving that particular problem, your business will still do well. And that's okay. Investors are willing to invest in good ideas that are well developed, that have strong teams behind them. So if you have any particular skills or expertise on your team, make sure that that's listed in your pitch as well, especially as it relates to whatever business idea it is that you're pitching. So that's important. And then when you're putting together your financial projections, because you have to put together just some basic financial projections usually, think about being sort of as realistic as possible. Don't assume that you're going to sell to everybody who you advertise to, or that you're going to sell to everybody who's a potential customer, right? I would say have two sets of projections, one that's a little bit more conservative and one that's a little bit more, maybe a little bit more ambitious, so that they can see that you're actually working within those parameters. Because of the mission and the vision of this particular initiative and event, also think about how your business idea and be able to convey how your business idea creates social impact as well, right? Like, how is it helping the country? How is it helping your community? Because that's part of the problem that you're solving as well, right? So think about all those aspects. And is that helpful? Is there anything that I didn't cover?
Yes, it is really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? As Ding saying, it is free, guys. I have some questions on my own, but I'm giving you the opportunity to ask the questions because well, yes, I see Candice right here. I want to see other hands. Well, good. Love it. Zara, brace yourself. The questions are coming.
I'm ready.
Candice, over to you, ma'am.
Okay, so this is more of a general business question. I just wanted to know if you have any tips for persons who are interested or who actually already own a service-based business in terms of tracking expenses even more than profits, because most of the times you wouldn't have any like physical expenses then. So do you have any tips for tracking expenses and just for reaching a wider audience or reaching more persons within your ideal market then as a service-based business?
Okay. Do you mind me asking if you have a specific service sector in mind?
Yes, I do. Okay, so it's basically education. So tutoring them, to be specific.
Okay, and so what you're asking is kind of how you're doing like financial statements for that type of business, and then as well sort of how you reach a broader market, right?
Yes.
Is it in person or is it online?
Online, virtual.
Okay, great. So there's a couple different ways that you can look at it. What I can do is I'll also pass on to the BetterWorld team a few resources that are easily available online where you can look at just quick cash flow forecasts and profit and loss statements for all different types of businesses, right? They're actually really pretty simple to put together. You just have to really think about where you're spending your money. So for example, in an education business, it could be that you're spending money. If it's an online business, you could be spending money on a platform or something to host whatever platform you're utilizing to host your sessions, your tutoring sessions, right? You have to think about the costs that you're incurring in order to keep the internet up and running. You have to think about the cost that you would be paying for the actual tutors, right, for their time, to think about any particular educational resources or learning resources you need, whether to upscale your teachers or your tutors, or to bring them up to speed in a particular area. Maybe they require a particular type of book or a particular type of online resource. Maybe they require access to a particular online course. These are all these types of expenses that you can think about if you're running that type of business. So I know what you mean in terms of you're not buying desks and building a space, and so you're not having that sort of like the physical infrastructure and the expenditure on those items. But when you're thinking about expenses, think about literally everything you spend money on. So for example, for our business, we run a business where we run everything online as well. And some of our major expenses are for things like the platform on which we host our products, right? So we have to pay that monthly platform in order to have the products easily accessible to all of our customers. We also have to make sure that we're paying for security. If it's particularly sensitive information, for example, we need to make sure that we're paying for a secure server. And so these are the different expenses that you're taking into account, but I will pass those resources on as well to the BetterWorld teams. Hopefully they can share it with you guys. When it comes to reaching out to more customers, sometimes it depends on where your customers are, right? So for example, when it comes to tutoring, if you are working with a particular subset of students, it could be that you're really marketing not so much to the students, but you're marketing to the parents, right? Because they're the ones who are actually paying for the services. If it's for younger students, the people who are your actual customers, even though your users are the students, the customers are the parents. So you have to think about, where do these parents access their information? Are they going to be going to the same supermarkets, for example? Do they have online groups, online Facebook groups, online community centers, right? Places where they're accessing the educational resources for their children, especially during a time when more educational resources are available online. So think about figuring out where those people go, how they behave, who they talk to, because they're going to talk to each other. And let me tell you, especially for something like a tutoring business, you are going to need to get referrals. If somebody has a good experience with their child, that person's schoolmates, their parents are going to come to you. And that's a good place to start. Now, the competitive advantage that you also have is if you're offering these services online, your reach can go definitely go beyond your community and even your country, right? If you're offering lessons or tutoring in a particular subject, you can also think about where are some of the resources where people who like this particular subject, where do they go? Are there particular websites or groups or where they like to get their information? Or are there, for example, professional societies or hobby groups that kind of focus on these areas? And if there are, then these can be sometimes the people who you go to, so that you're not necessarily casting too wide a net, because not everybody is going to be interested in a tutoring service in, for example, science or math. But people who are interested in science and math and who have specific sort of affinities to those areas, they will come and look for that service there. So I don't know if that makes sense. Let me know if that makes sense, Candice.
It definitely did. Do you mind like repeating the last part about looking out for where the specific persons would get their resources?
Yeah, sure. So for example, no, go ahead. Sorry, did I miss that?
Oh, I was saying just that last part. I just want to make sure it's solidified.
Sure. So if, for example, let's say that your tutor is teaching biology, right? If you're teaching biology, then there could be particular like biology clubs, or it could be that you have like online groups that they're focusing on areas related to biological sciences or medicine or veterinary medicine, etc. And those people may know the people who are looking for particular services in sciences. And so they're the ones who need to see your product. Everybody doesn't need to see it because everybody will be interested, but those people will be specifically interested. So if, for example, so I know sometimes, for example, there are teachers groups that focus on a particular subject. So it could be like a math teachers group or a biology teachers group, right? Or it could be people who, they really, really like, because I find when people really focus on something, when they're obsessed about something, it's easy to sell to them. So it could be people, for example, who, they're so into veterinary sciences that they also, and they could overlap with, for example, the people who work with or volunteer at the SPCA, right? So it could be worth kind of sending some of your marketing to the SPCA, for example, if you're looking at biological sciences, or if you're looking at math, you think about what are some of the areas that people who really like math go into. Maybe do they like actuarial sciences? Do they like accounting? Do they look for math challenges? Sudoku puzzles, all these different things online. Where are they going to find these things? It could be worth trying to figure out if you can market in those areas and those places as well. Some of that marketing can happen in person, in community centers, in other places where people are going to be, but some of that can happen online in a very targeted way too.
Love that, love that, love that. And not gonna lie, I have to be wondering if it is that Miss Ali just have this wealth of information just running through her mind constantly. I know that Miss Walker agreed with me and she's smiling and look amazed. I'm wondering the same thing, Miss Walker, if it is that the information is just always there. It's amazing. And this don't really happen to me much, because I'm a person that loves to talk a lot, but I'm at a loss for words to the amount of information that we are getting here. I see the two gentlemen over there, and I must say, gentlemen, I'm very, very proud, and I ask everybody to, mind my bias, because Zara, I am now pursuing my bachelor's in science, political science, and I'm international relations, a final year student at the UMONA. And in two of my classes, I am the only male, and there are 15 students in each classes. So when I see gentlemen out here, representing, I feel very proud. So Mr. Wilson, I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask a question. After that question is asked, Mr. Lewis, just go ahead. So Mr. Wilson, over to you.
So I have like 3 questions, right?
So compile all of them.
For business pitch now, with ideas, like suppose to develop a product, or suppose it's just an idea, would develop a product or anything to show. Like, would the business pitch still be effective? Like, would the investor still take it seriously? And for my other question, it's in regarding to the financial projections. Are financial projections estimations? And final question, can you give some examples of skills which we could use when we're doing a business pitch? Like, I remember you were talking about when you're selecting your team, you should choose people with different skills, but as high school students, like, investors not really expect us to like be professionals at accounting, IT, marketing, like, so like, what are we, when you were doing the presentation, I remember that you said we were supposed to be realistic, and like a couple of students that are what, 16, 17, 18, not really know how to do professional accounting, IT, marketing, and all of that. So I'm wondering what are, skills that we could use and see what them would have believed. So those are my 3 questions.
Okay, these are great questions. Thank you, TJ. No, and don't worry, these are all good questions, and they all have answers. So first of all, I think that we need to think about what's the point of the pitch competition, right? So the whole idea behind this pitch competition is not necessarily it's not a Shark Tank, right? You're not necessarily going to win these investments one time. A lot of this is really to build out these skills. So it's a very, very effective practice. And if, for example, you find that you either have a team or you build out your own idea well during this process, then really what we're hoping is that at the end of this, you'll have these skills to be able to continue to work on that. And then through the network that you're getting between myself and the other speakers and judges, you'll be able to, if you have an idea, be able to see if it's something that you can get off the ground, right? So what I would say is that an idea is, when you say, if you have an idea, but you don't have a product. Now, what I would say is that an idea is really a solution, right? So if you can identify the problem you're trying to solve, and then you can identify what the elements of the solution would be, that's your product. The product doesn't have to exist as yet, yeah? But you can think about what that product would be. So what are the elements of that? What would it look like? What does it have to do, right? And then this kind of brings you into the question that you had about the skills. So you said, well, with your high school students, so what professional skills do you have? And I actually would say it's the opposite. I am exceptionally impressed by the group of students that are here today, because you have a grasp of the ideas of business that a lot of people your age don't have. And it's important that you have that. Now, sometimes we think about needing to have professional certification in a particular skill to do it, but that's not true. I can tell you right now that if you can communicate those ideas as you just communicated them to me, it means that you have communication skills. If somebody on your team has a decent social media following, or they, like to spend their time learning the way that the platforms and the algorithm works, that person has social media marketing skills. If somebody is particularly interested in learning how to build a website, or figures out how to put together like a landing page for your idea or your product, those are some IT skills right there. People who are interested in figuring out who are good at math, for example, that's somebody who you could easily say, okay, they can do our expenses. They may not be an accountant. So, if we start this business and it gets off the ground and we get an investment, we need to hire an accountant. But in terms of making sure that we're keeping the numbers in check, that's important. Project management skills. Those are not necessarily skills. You don't need a certification for that. You just need people who are organized. You have to be able to organize your thoughts, delegate responsibility, leadership skills. Leadership skills are also not something which I think it makes sense to necessarily have a certification. Is you can always learn and become better at it, but some people are really good leaders. They're good at being able to be the one that's sort of leading the team, and they're good at being able to bring different people together, make sure everybody's heard, etc. Right? So don't worry so much about it being specific skills. I think that each person, each student here has a skill, something that they know that they're good at. That's your skill. That's what you're bringing to the team. And in terms of financial projections, yes. So financial projections are essentially just estimates. Estimates of what you think you're going to make, and estimates of what you think you're going to spend over usually like about a year period. And you can make those just based on your educated guesses.
Okay, love that. Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Lewis will be our final person in this segment. So Mr. Lewis, over to you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Miss Zalin, or Miss, sorry. Maybe I should have not chosen that to introduce. Okay, so now my question is like for company structures, or sorry, business structures or business types in general, which should I use for my pitch? Because like I could use a company and like the framework, or I guess the longevity of it, because I want to make it seem feasible and stable. So would it be better to use like a sole trader, a partnership, or company, public or limited, during this exercise?
Okay, so that's a good question. I would say that it more matters what you're trying to do. So for example, I mean, you're starting out, right? So you're not expecting to have like a publicly traded company. You're not expected to have an LLC. When it comes to that aspect of the company, I would say think more about the structure of the company in terms of how the company is going to run. It's less important what the official classification of the company is at this stage, at the early stage. It's more important to be able to detail to the people who you're trying to get to buy into your idea, how the company itself runs on a day-to-day basis. So how is it going to be managed, right? Who's going to be handling what? Is somebody going to be handling, all of the operational functions? Somebody else is going to be handling marketing. Somebody else is going to be handling finances. That could all be one person, by the way, if you do a sole trader or a sole proprietorship, which is also a completely feasible idea. That is completely fine as well. What you really want to think about, what I think would be interesting to answer for this particular exercise, is it's more about identifying how you think it will be set up. So obviously this company is not going to exist by next week Sunday, right? But you can sort of think about how you want it to be set up, Andre. So for example, if you say, okay, the company that would solve this problem the best would be formulated in this way. There would be a CEO at the top, and then we would need to have somebody, if it's a tech-based company, it's depending on an app or a website. So we need to have somebody here who's dealing with the IT, somebody who's dealing with marketing. These people will work together. They will, we will, all work on this particular aspect of building out the model. If you were to give me $100,000 today, this is what we would do with the money. Especially when it comes to this aspect of the investors, that's what you want to be, that's the question you really want to be answering. It's less about the official structure of the company and more about how do you see the company running day to day, one, and two, if you were to receive an investment, what would you do with it? And how would you utilize it within that sort of theoretical framework of the company, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Yeah. So
yeah, I think that it makes sense. But I wanted to answer quick because we're supposed to be wrapping up this session, but I wanted to answer quick, Miss Zara. Somebody asked a very important question there, Miss Ashley. She said, what are some of the areas you recommend that we can generate ideas from? And this is for persons who don't have an idea right now. I think that is very, very vital to answer.
Yeah, so I would say maybe think about an area that interests you. So for example, I did a pitch competition a few years ago. And at the time, I was really interested in educational solutions. So I looked at the education system and I thought about some problems that I saw in the system. And then I used that to come up with the ideas for the pitch competition. So at the time, I was looking at the fact that there wasn't a lot of career guidance available in Trinidad and Tobago, where I'm from. And so we put together an idea which focused on bringing experts in different fields together to be able to provide career guidance on an online platform to students in upper high school and going into university. And we set up, we proposed the way that it would be structured, and the investors thought that it was a viable idea. What I would suggest, Ashley, is that you think about an area. If you have a particular area of interest, I would say look at that area, think about some problems in that area that you think would be interesting to solve, and then so put those ideas down. So one way to do it, for example, I actually have an exercise that I do sometimes when I do for this. And the way that you do that is you sort of think about, make a list, literally sit down, give yourself an hour or half an hour and write down everything that you're interested in, right? Write down every single area that you just get a piece of paper, write down every area that you're interested in, right? Every interest that you have. And then narrow that down to maybe like 3 to 4 that you can see yourself doing hypothetically every day for a really long time. Think about any places in which you have existing networks. Do you know people who work in education? Do you know people who work in medicine, in retail, in online business? Do you know people who are doing business in other areas that you can maybe form a network with, or that who could give you some insights into the industry? And then think about areas where, now that you've narrowed that list down, then start to think about all of the problems that you could solve in those areas of interest, and sort of continue to whittle it down like that, if that makes sense, right? In terms of and yeah, I mean, obviously the other speakers will also have ideas for where you can pull from, because there's a wealth of knowledge coming to you today. I'm interested to hear from them as well. But yeah, so start with what you know. Start with what you're interested in. Write down everything you're interested in. Whittle that down to maybe 2 or 3, and then research those things. Go into detail, go online, go into the different databases, go into Google, figure out what that industry is really about. Where are some of the new innovations coming out in there? Because you don't always have to reinvent the wheel. You can just be doing it better. You can be doing it differently. You could be doing it in a way that's not done in a country like Jamaica, right? So if you're solving a problem in Jamaica, that's different than solving the same problem in Singapore, in the UK, in the US. So you're tailoring that solution for the way that the problem is presenting itself in your community. So think about it like that as well. And even when you're coming from even if you want to set up, for example, a social enterprise or a philanthropic organization, you still have to think about what problem you're solving and who you're going to be targeting. So for example, with philanthropic organizations, you may sometimes need investors and donors to run the actual company if you're running it as a nonprofit. So you have to think about how you're covering your running costs, and also think about where that money is going to come from. So those are some ideas which I can pass on as well to the BetterWorld team, in just sort of exercises that you can do to think about ideas as you go.
Love that, love that. Thank you. I think I don't think there's enough thank you in the world to give to Miss Eileen today. I just love looking at Miss Walker. She's my focus person. Every time I'm talking to the laptop, I'm looking at her because her facial expressions are priceless. I know that she was listening. But as I said, Miss Eileen, thank you so much. I know that I can express thank you from everybody here. The amount of information that you give, the wealth and in-depth thought out of the information was immaculate. I know that there's a lot of campaigns here, but the information was immaculate, and I must say that it's amazing. No, I had some questions for myself, but as I said before, we are friends, so that means that I will have the chance to answer the questions again. Don't worry yourself.
I'm not worried.
Right. So, guys, I know that we're very ready and we're ready to go. I see Miss Prince smiling. I love to see those beautiful smiles. As I said, Miss Walker is my favorite face right now. I see Miss Jordan turning on our camera. Hi there, Miss Jordan. How are you doing? You are fine. Look at that smile. I love it. So, guys, as I said, we've been learning a lot, and now we are going to take a little break. Just a little break, 15 minutes, and then we are going to reconvene and come back here to hear from our second presenter, Miss Esther herself. Remember, the lady who was speaking, probably Esther can carry the camera and show a little bit of speaking, and we live vicariously through her. We don't know. We can ask her when she comes. So we have 15 minutes break, then we're going to reconvene right here. Okay, guys, 15 minutes. So see you guys at, we can go on the top at 11:15, right, Zing? Let me know.
Yes. When the timer is done, then the break is done.
Well, there you have it, guys. Ensure that you're watching the timer. Go and get some water, get some juice, rejuvenate, come back. If you, I think Mrs. Zara is going to be here with us. So if it is that you have any questions for her, I think you can put that in the chat. And I don't know if she will be open to answer, but I think so, because she look very nice answer. So if it is that you want to ask her a question as well, ask her. Drink water, come back, 15 minutes. All right, guys? All right, Mr. Douglas? Okay, so it is now 11:14. I was waiting on 11:15 to reconvene and seeing if we can get some other persons in here with their cameras on and things like that. But we are going to move along. We are going to get into it. And we have our second presenter of the day who will be talking about, or presenting rather, on lesson 3 in the lineup today, and we are going to be hearing from Miss Esther Gale. And just to refresh our mind of who Miss Esther Gale is, the BetterWorld team will be playing her introduction video again. Over to you, BetterWorld.
Our next guest speaker is Miss Esther Gale. Known as the global leader in training, Esther Gale Fraser is passionate about exploring the intersection of business, education, and technology, and is working to become an expert within the fields of cybersecurity, data, and storytelling. Believing that the world is your oyster, she has pursued her academic studies all over the world and is currently studying in Spain where she's doing a bachelor's degree in data and business analytics. A firm believer in sharing knowledge, she has executed several events that work as a catalyst for the development of Caribbean youth. Most recently, she executed #FullExposure, a digital media and photography forum in 2018, and Leadership Lab's inaugural summer camp in 2021. Presently, she is building an online community that supports international students and those interested in studying abroad.
Coming to talk to us about social issues and sustainable plan, Miss Esther Gill, over to you.
Okay, hi everyone. So I know that you guys were very interested to see what Spain looks like. So I'm going to start by showing you what's happening on my side. So hopefully you can see. Let me flip my camera really quickly. So that's Plaza Mayor. I hope you can see. Put some thumbs up if you can see what's happening. And it's now 5:16. Yeah, so the sun's about to set. But yeah, this is my little piece of Segovia, my little piece of Spain that I can show you. Some of my friends are here. But yeah, so that's a cathedral that you're seeing, or you're seeing parts of it. But yeah.
People just got far in a while.
Okay, so now I'm back on the other device. I'm gonna share my screen, give me 2 seconds. All right, can everyone see?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yes, we can. Ooh, okay, great. And everyone can hear me, everyone can see me, we're all good. All right, great. So it's such a privilege to be here. I remember meeting Xing in August and she was telling me about this presentation that she had to do and how she was so nervous. So for me, it's an honor to see it happen now with everyone and to be a part of such a wonderful event. I'm super excited to be able to give you guys the resources that I never had when I was trying to execute events. And I'm also super excited to share my little piece of Spain as much as I possibly can. So I'm going to try and make it as interactive as I possibly can, and I'm going to try and finish on time. All right, so I'm going to be presenting on tackling social issues through sustainable projects. And my intention is to give you a presentation that gives you hope despite the challenges that we might face. So in this presentation, I'm tackling 2 things. First is social issues, and the second thing is looking at how we create a sustainable plan. There is no way I can encapsulate everything I want to say in just an hour. So I've created a resource sheet for you guys. And you can see the QR code for that on the screen right now. If you can scan it, let me know. If you can't, I'm going to see if I can drop the link for it here in the chat. And so basically you can click the link and it will lead you to the resource sheet and you can download it, okay? All right, so the first thing we need to do before we figure out social issues and what they look like is to define what a social issue is. And I wanted to use Slido, but I think it might be a bit more convenient to just do it in the chat. Can you guys drop or type what you think social issues are, or what a social issue is? Give you like a couple seconds. I feel like I should have included Jeopardy music in this part. Come on, guys, there's no right or wrong answer. What do you think social issues are? Right, so a problem that affects the society, that's right, that's right. Issues faced by a majority of the society, so like poverty and unemployment, yep, that's correct. Yep, an issue that affects the society on the whole. Yeah, you guys are pretty much on the right, in the right direction for the most part. So just to make sure that everyone's super clear, a social issue is a problem that affects many people within a society, which is something that Alexis mentioned and Ashley mentioned in the comment section. And it is a group of common problems in present day, right? And these are problems that many people try to solve. And usually these are issues that prevent the society from functioning at an optimal rate or capacity. So I think we all have a good idea of what a social issue is, okay? So in order to look at the variety of social issues that we have, I'd like to play a game with you, okay? It's called Guess the Statistic, and one of my friends, Kiana, did this earlier this year in her presentation, and I thought it was a great idea, so I'm gonna carry it over into mine. So how this works is I'm gonna ask you guys a question. I'm gonna project a question, and you are gonna have to guess the statistic, which is either a percentage or a number, okay? And I'm gonna ask you to guess it and put your answers in the chat, okay? Are you ready? Ready?
Ready.
All right, cool. Let's go. So what is the infant mortality rate in Jamaica in 2019? Guess. And this would be a percentage. Someone said 20%, someone said 13%, 5%, 22%, 10, 24, 25. Guys, that's a lot. Okay. All right, so the answer is 1.9, which is actually pretty good. It means that not a lot of the children that are born die, okay? Or not, they don't die at an early stage, rather. Okay, next question. What is the age? This one's a number, not a percentage. What is the age of life expectancy in Jamaica right now? Someone said 70, someone said 65, 75, 85, 70, 80. Okay. 53, 40? Okay, it's 74. So whoever said 75, you were super close. All right, next. How many healthcare centers do you think we have in Jamaica? And so that includes hospitals, clinics, and established private practices. Okay, so this would be a number, not a percentage. And for my friends who are not from Jamaica, keep in mind that, our population is 3 million people. So someone said 250, 122, 300, 350, 500, 500, 450. Okay. All right. 318. So 318. All right. How many hospitals do you think we have? $40, $12, $30, $180, $8, $70, $20, $10, $100, $13. Okay. Answer is 24. We only have 24 hospitals, which I think is pretty low for a population of 3 million, but that's where it's at. Okay. What percentage of our gross domestic product was spent on healthcare? And this is prior to COVID. I think this statistic is in like 2018 or 2019, somewhere there. 10%, 13, 5%, 5%, 65, 40, 20. Wow, those are high. 20%. 3, okay, no. So the answer is 6.06%, which is actually quite a little bit of money or a percentage spent on healthcare. But that, of course, would have changed during the COVID season. So 6.06%. Next, which was the first hospital to be built in Jamaica and when was it opened? So those of us who are from Jamaica would probably be able to guess, but my friends that are international may not be able to. Not Hall. What else, guys? What else? Just Not Hall? UWI, Victoria Jubilee, Kingston Public Hospital. Any more, guys? Any more guesses? Kingston Public Hospital. Okay. The answer is Kingston Public Hospital, and it was founded or opened rather in 1776. So it's been around for quite a long time. All right, next. How many homicides per 100,000 people happened in 2020? So how many homicides per 100,000 inhabitants happened in 2020? And this would be a percentage. 10%, 20%, 12, 15, 38, 35, 8, 16. There's such a variety of numbers, 22, 20. Okay, so the answer is actually quite high. It's 46.5%, which is actually really, really high. But yeah. Okay, how many reported cases of rape did we have in 2020? And yeah, especially for our crime and violence statistics are quite high, unfortunately. So, and this would be a number. So for this one, how many reported cases of rape do you guys think we had in 2020? 200, 400, 3,000, 1,000 plus, 550. Oh gosh, guys, 1,050, 150 cases reported, 15,000. Okay. I know it's high, but gosh. Okay, 467. So not in the thousands. But granted, this is reported cases. So it, in total, between the reported and unreported cases, it could probably be in the thousands, unfortunately. So who knows? All right, how many cases of shootings were reported in 2020, do you think? And this is a number, not a percentage. 700, 300, 500, 550, 200,000, 620, 25,000, all these big numbers. Ugh. Okay, 1,075. That's how many shootings were reported in 2020. Okay. Next, how many gangs were reported to be in Jamaica in 2013? I assume this number would have increased, but I couldn't find a stat that was more recent. So let me know. 50, 70, enough. What are the numbers? 12, 100, 20, okay, 40. All right, 238 gangs were reported to be in Jamaica in 2013. All right, I think we're halfway done. What is the gross enrollment rate for primary school students in 2015, guys? And this would be a percentage. 23%, 87%, 75, 80%, 72, 80, 85, 75, okay. See a consistency of 75, 50%, okay. So 90%, close. So almost at 100 in 2015. So we had a 99.4% gross enrollment rate, which was really, really good, or which is really, really good. All right, how many special schools are there in Jamaica? And special schools would be schools that are dedicated to persons with disabilities of various kinds. So 8, less than 10, 10, 100. I feel like it would be nice to have 100, 12, 50, 47, 30, 15, 12, 1. Okay, we have 20, which I don't think is too bad, but I think we definitely need some more. So as of 2018, we have reported in 2018, we had 20 special schools. Okay, next. What's the number of tertiary and other similar institutions that we have in Jamaica? 12, 40. What else, guys? What else? 100, 30, 50, 300, 17, 120, 22, 60. Okay, all right. 41. So Ashley, you're the closest, 41. Yeah, okay. Moving on. So within the youth category of 15 to 24, how many males are illiterate?
This is a percentage?
Yes, if I remember correctly, it would be a percentage. Okay. It would be a percentage, yeah. Let me see if I can check, make sure it's a percentage. 5%, yeah, it's definitely a percentage. 20%, 11%, 15, 35, 80. Ooh, that's pretty high. Okay, 46, 11. All right, answer is 26.2%, which is actually quite high, unfortunately. Yeah, it's really, really high. So what do you think the illiteracy rate in percentage is for females then? 40%, 15%, 15, 15, 20, 15. It's a lot of 15s. 30%, 20%. Okay, cool. 5. Answer is 7.9. So the females are doing a lot better, but there's still some way to go. All right. What percentage makes up the category of unattached youth? And unattached youth are youth who are not in school, they're not employed, or they're not participating in any training course. So they're technically not doing anything, if you know what I mean. This is, of course, a percentage. 30%, 5%, 20, 36, 20, 33.7. That's a very specific 45, 6. Okay. Answer is 30%. So it's quite high, unfortunately. All right. Next one, how many people migrated in 2019? And this is a number, not a percentage. And we are almost at the end of this section. 3,500, 100,000, 200,000, 1,000, 10,000. 5,000, 15,567. That's very specific. 350,000, 42,000. These numbers are super high. Okay, answer is 11,775. So I think someone had 10,000. You were the closest. All right, next. How much did the youth employment rate decline from 2019 to 2020? And this was pre-COVID. 10%, 40%, 30%, 12%, 5%, 10%, 27%, 43%, 15, 25, 28. Okay, answer is 21.1. So not terrible, but not super great either. All right, next one. I think this is the last one. What's the percentage rate of teenage pregnancies in Jamaica? $45, $32, 16, 15, 18, 15, okay, 23, 22, 18, all right, and it is 18. Anjana, you are right, it's 18%, which is, I mean, I don't think it's terrible, but I also think it could be so much better. So there we go. All right, so let's have a little conversation about these statistics, guys. Which statistic surprised you the most? And in this section, you don't have to type. You can actually just raise your hand and just talk to me.
Wait, Miss Fraser, can you see the people who raise their hands?
I can't, so I'm gonna have to trust you to pick them.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
So Candice, oh, sorry, go ahead, Didi.
Yeah, Candice, then Miss Walker.
Okay. So the one that surprised me the most, it would probably be the literacy rate.
Yeah. Did you expect it to be so high for the males or the females?
I anticipated that the one for females would be lower, but I did not expect the one for males to be that high.
Yeah, it's actually quite unfortunate, but I agree. That statistic was one of the ones that kind of scared me the most as well. Definitely agree. Okay, anyone else? Which statistic surprised you the most? Statistic or number? Doesn't matter.
Demaria Walker, you can go.
The one that surprised me the most was with the crime rate. I didn't know it was like that high. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we always hear that Jamaica has a super high crime rate, but we just never know what exactly that number looks like. And when you actually see it in relation to 100,000 inhabitants, you get really, really shocked. So, yeah. Okay, which topic did you not realize was a social issue before doing this activity? Yeah, go ahead, Demaria.
The number of like hospitals, I didn't realize how big of an issue it really was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the number is like 26 hospitals. And when you think about the fact that we're almost at 3 million people, and I mean, everyone needs a hospital, whether you're like a pregnant woman or if you're, in dire need of medical care. As you get older, you tend to visit the hospital more. And so the strain that our hospitals are on now, generally, and then you add things like COVID and stuff, yeah, we need more medical spaces and places, and in particular hospitals. Okay, anyone else? Or if not, we can move on to the other questions. Deontay, yeah, the health aspects definitely are surprising. Okay, cool. Next question. Are there any other issues that you think could be classified as a social issue? Yeah, go ahead, Candice.
I think child abuse and domestic violence on a whole could also be classified as well.
Yeah, definitely. Those were some of the stats that I was actually trying to find, but they are of course harder to find just because it's child abuse. And so children don't technically know that they can report these issues, and the channels to report these issues aren't necessarily as open or as easy to find. But definitely domestic violence, child abuse is a very big social issue. Go ahead, Kiana. It's nice to see you.
I think another issue is, any environmental issue really, climate change and all of that. It's affecting us, but there's still not a lot of data on how it is affecting us. So
yeah. And that was also one of the things that I think we need to have more of a conversation on. I think we think of climate change as the water's rising or there are more hurricanes, but we don't actually look at how that translates to everyday life, right? You think about the state of the hurricanes now and how people's houses are washing away a lot easier or a lot faster, which means that we have to relocate people. And when you relocate people, that involves finding new houses, finding new clothes, communities, etc. How will that affect more and more people going further, right? Ashley mentioned, go ahead, Deontay, sorry.
No, I thought you did the C, so I was going to say fire.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so Ashley mentioned suicidal rates, Horacia, I hope I'm saying your name right, social abuse, especially now that we're in the pandemic. For sure, cyberbullying, yep. Yeah. These are all social issues, and I think we don't consider them social issues, or we don't think about them as social issues, but they all fall under that umbrella because they affect so many different people, right? Okay. Are there any issues, any social issues in particular that you'd like to tackle since we've gone through all of these social issues now?
Unemployment in youth, actually. That's like the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Big one. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep, I'm very happy you guys mentioned that. The rate of high school dropouts, yep. And that's increasing now because of COVID. Tackling literacy rates, very, very important, because I think once you know how to read, you basically have the freedom to educate yourself, which is also super important. Go ahead, changing, you can speak.
The environmental issues.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Big one. And especially as a Caribbean nation state that is an island, that's something that we need to jump on really, really quickly, because we're small, we're surrounded by water, and it's really just going to be us and the hurricanes and everything else in the future if we don't tackle it now, we don't control how we do things. So I think that's it. Yeah, mention the literacy rates and the rates of high school dropouts. Great. So we've finished the first part of the section of the presentation, which is identifying what a social issue is and giving you guys examples of what that looks like and how we are affected by social issues, right? If I had more time, we could probably go into more depth into different social issues, but I think I've given you a good surface level introduction so you guys can move from this and do your own research. In the resource document that I also gave you, you can find some social issues on the side. So you can do some research on your own after. So now that we have an idea of what social issues are, we're going to try and figure out how we can create projects that tackle these social issues. Okay, so that's going to be the second half of the presentation. So let's jump into that now. All right, so we're looking at part 2, how to create a sustainable project. And my aim is to give you the blueprint to create plans that intentionally impact your community, okay? So in order to do that, we have 3 core components. And the first one is understanding your community. You need to get to know who you're gonna serve. What are their troubles? What are their dreams? What are their struggles? What are the things that are hindering them from actualizing their goals or solving their issue, right? And then the second thing is that you need to generate solutions. You need to come up with as many ideas as you possibly can to solve this problem. And then as you generate these ideas, you'll tweak them and you audit them, and then you put them together and create this grand, big project that will hopefully solve at least a part of it, okay? And then the last one would be gathering resources. So you've created the plan, you've created the idea, you've created the project, but how are you actually going to get it off the ground? You know, what people do you need? What are the financial resources that you're going to need? How are you going to get it off the ground, essentially? Okay, so those are the 3 things that we're going to look at. And so the first one, of course, is understanding your community. And okay, so in regards to understanding your community, I think when we come up with projects, we kind of have this mentality of, okay, I see the issue that they're having, so I can fix it. But what we might forget is that because we're not a part of the community, there are certain nuances that we don't understand, right? If you're trying to fix literacy rates in a community that you don't live in, you might not understand why the illiteracy rate is so high, right? And so if you actually go and talk to the people there, do some research, you'd understand why the literacy rates are so high, and you're better able to fix it, or better able to serve them. And this is the first stage of what we call design thinking. And this stage is called empathizing. So I'm gonna show you what design thinking is through this short YouTube video. It's about 2 minutes. So let me know if it plays well on your side, but it should be good. So let's see.
Design thinking is a 5-step process to come up with meaningful ideas that solve real problems for a particular group of people. The process is taught in top design and business schools around the world. It has brought many businesses lots of happy customers and helped entrepreneurs from all around the world to solve problems with innovative new solutions. Step 1. Empathize. The purpose of step 1 is to conduct interviews that give you an idea about what people really care about. We need to empathize with their situation. For example, if you want to help old people, you might find that they want to keep the ability to walk around. In your conversations, they might share with you different ways they can do that. Later into the interview, you'll want to dig a little deeper, look for personal stories or situations where things became difficult. Ideally, you redo the process with many people with the same problem. Step 2. Define the problem. Looking at the interviews, you can now understand the actual needs that people are trying to fulfill with certain activities. One way to do that is to underline the verbs or activities that the people mentioned when talking about their problems, like going for a walk, meeting old friends for tea, or simply going grocery shopping around the corner store. You might realize it's not so much about going out, but more about staying in touch. After your analysis, formulate a problem statement. Some elderly are afraid to be lonely. They want to stay connected. Step 3. Ideate. Now focus only on the problem statement and come up with ideas that solve the problem. The point is not to get a perfect idea, but rather to come up with many ideas, like unique virtual reality experiences, senior-friendly hoverboards, or a modified pushcart. Whatever it is, sketch up your best ideas and show them to the people you are trying to help, so you can get their feedback. Step 4. Prototype. Now take a moment to reflect on what you have learned from your conversations about the different ideas. Ask yourself, how does your idea fit in the context of people's actual lives? Your solution could be a combination of a new idea and what is already being used. Then connect the dots, sketch up your final solution, and go build a real prototype that's just good enough to be tested. Step 5. Test. Now test your prototype with actual users. Don't defend your idea in case people don't like it. The point is to learn what works and what didn't, so any feedback is great. Then go back to ideation or prototyping and apply your learning. Repeat the process until you have a prototype that works and solves the real problem. Now you are ready to change the world or open shop. To experience design thinking firsthand, do the free.
Okay, we're gonna advertise a free course, but you already have me, so you don't need the free course. Cool. So basically, design thinking, as I just showed you, is like a 5 to 6 step process where you truly get to understand the needs of your community first. You don't want to just go in and give them a solution without finding out what they really, really need. And you saw by the video that they found out that the elderly people really wanted to find a way to be in contact with each other, right? And so you'd only be able to find out what your community really needs by spending the time to research. So whether that looks like interviews or news articles, maybe journals or research papers, to figure out what the context of the community is, what the need is, how long it's been experienced, what's the statistics that they have already. And so the first step is to empathize. And then once you empathize with the problem, once you fully understand as much as you possibly can, you'll be able to define the problem using all the information that you have, consolidating it and figuring out what the underlying problem is, right? And then once you've defined the problem, you can start to create solutions. And the idea is that you want to create as many solutions as you possibly can, okay? You can think about, if you had $1 million, what would you do with it? Maybe that might be something with VR systems or importing the latest tech to fix whatever. And you want to expand and to dream as big as you possibly can. And then hopefully you will refine and bring it down to the local issue as much as you possibly can, based on the resources that you have, based on the finances that you have, based on the real issues that you need to solve. And then probably what will happen is you'll be able to pick out different ideas from each of these big ideas that you had. Let me say that again. You'll be able to pick out key components of the big ideas that you had, right? That makes sense? Did you get that? I know I kind of jumbled my words a bit, but yeah. So the idea is that once you create all of these ideas over time, you'll be able to figure out your train of thought, figure out the problem that you have, the ideas that you have to fix it, and then you'll be able to consolidate everything and bring it together. Cool. Once you do that, you want to test it. You want to bring it to the community and see if they like the idea, if they think it can actually fix the issue or help to fix the issue. And then you can prototype it and actually get it out to them and solve the issue, hopefully. All right, so how was that? Did you guys get that? Understanding the community? Give me a thumbs up if you understand. If not, I can go over it again. Reactions, emojis, we're good? Cool, awesome. So, right, so this was the 5-step process: empathizing, defining, ideating, you prototype it and you test it. You have a link to this presentation after, so you can look at it later. But if you even just put into Google design thinking process, you'll see the same thing pop up. Right, cool. So the next part of this is you want to generate sustainable solutions. And you might be asking me, Esther, can we really create projects that are sustainable? Because when you think about sustainability, you think of something that can be maintained over time. And in order to maintain something over time, it takes quite a bit of resources, whether that's human capital or money or whatever. It takes a lot to maintain something, right? And so the answer is yes, you can. But in order to make sure that the thing is sustainable, you might actually have to scale the project down, especially considering the resources that you already have and the resources that it's going to take. A lot of us in here are students. So you already have work, which is school. You have to make sure that you're going to classes and you're getting your grades in and you're making applications to university or whatever else that you're doing. You don't have that much time. So although you might want to create a project that lasts 12 months, do you have the capacity by yourself to sustain a project that's 12 months? Maybe you do, maybe you don't, and that's okay. But because of that, you will probably want to scale your project down to 12 months, from 12 months to probably 2 weeks, or maybe 2 days, or something else, you know what I mean? So things can be sustainable, but you have to be realistic about what that's going to require. And not only in time, but also in finances. You're going to need to fund the thing. You're going to need to be able to provide the resources or spend the time to pay for the Zoom or pay for books and pens that people might need. Where are you going to find the money to do that? You know, we have to consider those things as well. So, and then the next thing I'd say is projects can be sustainable, or you can think of making sure the project is sustainable by giving the community that you're trying to serve the tools, right? So that they can essentially continue making progress without you. So think about it this way. I'm only speaking to you for 60 minutes, but I made a resource document to make sure that you're able to create a sustainable project after I'm gone, right? So in a way, that's making sure that it's sustainable, because even if I'm not here, you have the tools necessary to make sure that you can create a sustainable project yourself. And in that resource document, there's links to things, there's ideas, there's my contact information if you need help as well. So sustainability might not necessarily look like a 12-month project. It could look like a 2-week project, but the tools that you give them allow them to make sure that they make sustained progress over 2 years, right? So if you kind of flip it, you're still doing the 12-month thing, but you won't be there for all of the 12 months. Does that make sense? And by also giving people the tools, you're allowing them to become independent. And so they're not reliant on you to solve all of their issues, okay? So yes, projects can be sustainable. It just depends on how you craft it and what context you put it in. And then the third thing is you want to gather your resources. You have the idea now, you have the solution, or you have a solution. So how are you going to actually execute it? And there are 4 key components that you want to think about. And the first is that you want to make sure that you're flexible and that you continuously audit your plan. You will probably think of this great idea and it's, you know, super, super inspiring. And by the end of it, it should have probably eradicated this issue ideally. However, once you start putting things into motion, you might realize that this will probably take longer than you think, or you might need more people, or we now have COVID. So how are you going to execute this plan now that people can't meet in person? You know, you have to constantly be flexible and continuously audit to make sure that essentially your project or your solution adapts to the time. But while it adapts to the time, it's still solving the problem. Okay. And then you also want to have a thorough analysis, because you want to make sure that if an investor is like, hey, I love your solution, but how much is it going to cost to sponsor you? What can I sponsor for you? You don't want to be standing in front of them and you're like, well, I think the cost for the venue is 100,000. You know, you need to make sure that you know for sure how much things will cost. And so it's recommended that you do like an ideal budget. Like if you could get all the money to do it, how much would it cost? And maybe that is 350,000 Jamaican dollars. So like if you could get all the printouts and the Wi-Fi to give them and the books or the pens or whatever, and everyone gets customized things, everything would cost 350,000 Jamaican dollars, right? But then you also have to have a realistic budget, okay? If you can't get everything, what are the things that you need to for sure cover? Okay, so maybe it's that you need to definitely have a space. You need to rent a space, so you need the money to rent the space. You probably also need food, or you need the books or something, right? So you also have the realistic budget. What are the things that you can't compromise on, the things that you absolutely need in order for this project to actually take place? Okay, so make sure you have a thorough analysis. You know your project, you know your solution from the back of your hand, okay? And then the third thing, which I think is one of the hardest things to do, is looking for financial resources. The fact is things cost. Things are costly. And if it's not costly in terms of money, it's costly in time. And finding financial resources is, especially now during COVID, is a bit difficult. With that being said, it's not impossible. You know, there's still corporate entities, there's still foundations, there's still places that give grants to students and other individuals and organizations to execute these projects. The key thing is to be very specific about who you contact, you know, making sure that when you reach out to an organization or a company that you're talking to the person that deals with approving these things. So you don't send it to the generic email, okay? You send it to maybe the head of, I don't remember what they call it in Jamaica, but like in other countries, they might have like a head of corporate social responsibility, or maybe it might be the head of marketing or the head of the foundational parts of the organization. You'd send it to them. If you can, call them beforehand or write an email to introduce yourself. Following up with that, I know, for example, Digital Foundation actually has a form that you can fill out. Other companies don't. Other companies, you have to just send them an email and follow up with them over time and make your request, and hopefully gets through. But you should also be really flexible with that as well. Sometimes companies would rather to give you sponsorship in kind versus in cash. So if you're reaching out to, I don't know, National Bakery does snacks and they do bread and they do whatever. So you might be like, hey, we'd love a sponsorship of $30,000. And they're like, I'm not really sure. And so maybe you go back to them and you're like, we know that you're a bakery and that you also do cinnamon rolls and whatever. Would you be willing to sponsor in kind to provide snacks for the event? You know what I mean? Or I know Wisynco does this a lot because they produce beverages. You could ask them to sponsor and give you 4 cases of water. And more often than not, they'll probably be like, yeah, makes sense. We already have it packaged. So all it would be is just picking it up or delivering it to you. So consider looking for resources, not necessarily in just cash, but also in kind. Providing options kind of gives you more flexibility and appeal. And then the last thing is that you want to find a framework to adopt. I found that when I'm creating my own projects, when I align it to like the Sustainable Development Goals or maybe Jamaica's Vision 2030, or I show how I'm solving an issue that my younger self or people that are younger than me have, it allows a person to, or it allows the organization that I'm asking for finances for, the community I'm trying to engage with, they kind of understand what my vision is. You know, they see how it will have a direct impact because it's aligned with these frameworks. Okay, so it could be Sustainable Development Goals, it could be Jamaica's Vision 2030, it could be your younger self, it could be the immediate community that you're trying to serve. It could be all 3 or 4, it could be 2 out of the 3. It doesn't matter. You can try and align it with as many as possible. All right, so we got that, guys. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions right here? No? Yes, no? Maybe so? We're good? Okay, I'm gonna take it, we're good. No one has said anything. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do a little activity to kind of stimulate what the entire process is, from going from identifying the social issue and doing the design thinking to actually create the project. Okay, so this is the case study that we're working with. And then once we watch a video, we're gonna try and create a solution, okay? Cool.
When I usually wake up in the morning, you press your uniform, ready for school, put a uniform, take a taxi, go for a walk. No, when you wake up in the morning, only thing I have to do is just babysit, because I'm not go to school. Violence stuff everywhere right now. In the community, when the violence is happening, it's hard for you to study and for focus, because all more day you sit down at the door for your book, recap certain thing, you be a shot start fire. I was going online class about a 2 week. I didn't have any device or nothing to do the online class, no Wi-Fi, nothing. But my mother, she did meet in an incident where her hand get broken. So I used for her phone, do the online work, but Where it come negatively now is when my mother have to go back to work and she have to use her phone to do her business. So when she come home, I not get the time for do the school work. All 5 different classes sending work. So there's some I lose focus off of the class thing. Right now, COVID just smash up everything. Kinda hard for the woman not going to school and not enough class not keep or nothing. So most of the training take up my time. I don't have no else to do. I'd rather babysit with her than go to the road and there on the bad company. So best thing was stay with my sister and babysit her.
There's consistent violence that is taking place in Southside right now. I'm happy to know that you're surviving, because sometimes as a young person who you're consistently on the street, especially if your home is not that highly entertaining or create that kind of an atmosphere you want to stay in there.
Okay, cool. I won't finish that part of the video just because that they talk about what their solution is to the problem. So this is another interactive part that we have, guys. First one, to identify what are the social issues that the Moy is facing. And here you can actually speak to me, so you can like unmute and everything. Don't worry about it.
Unattended youth, crime and violence.
Yep.
So
Poverty for sure, yeah. There's one more that I'm looking for.
Lack of access to education.
Yeah, that's it. Lack of access to education. And then we can probably also throw in the COVID-19 pandemic, because that's basically why he's in majority of the predicament that he's in now, right? He wouldn't necessarily be in the violent community all the time if he was at school, which is what he was explaining, right? He's lost that safe haven of being able to go to school and have friends and learn and be in a more peaceful environment, right? And so he's actually dealing with like between 3 to 4 social issues, which is quite unfortunate. So we know the social issues that he's facing. What are the other ways that we could empathize with his issue? We've started to empathize because we've watched the video, we've seen what his house is like, we've heard from one of the peacemaker initiatives about what the community looks like. What are other ways that we could empathize with the issue? Come on, guys, you know the answer. It's not that hard. Okay, cool. So other ways that we could empathize with issues, actually talking to more students like Demoy, right? We could go into the community, potentially talk to his mom. He mentioned his mother. What other issues does she think he's having? We could talk to the teachers at his school that are the ones conducting the online classes. They would probably know the other issues that students similar to him are facing. We could do research. I mean, UNICEF is the one that put out this video, which should suggest that they have more information on some of the issues that students similar to him are facing. We could, what else could we do? There's research, there's interviews. We could do research on other schools that have figured out how to be more effective with education or educating through COVID-19. So we could talk to schools that are doing it well and figure out what resources they're using and see if there are resources they have that we can bring across. We could, I think the best way though would be to talk to students like him within the community and talk to him himself, right? We could also do like cross-country analysis, because Jamaica's not the only community or country that's facing issues like this. You know, there are other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean that have very, very, very similar case studies or issues. So we could also try and find research reports from those countries as well, whether there's facts videos or like journals and stuff and other things, so that we can also see what's happening that's the same, what's different, what can we bring across, et cetera, right? So those are ways that we could empathize. Someone want to speak?
He also said to make donations.
Right. There's also donations. You could make donations to him. You can make donations to UNICEF potentially. Who knows? Yeah. All right. Third question is, how would you define this problem? So we know the social issues are with violence, education, COVID-19. How would you create a problem, like a problem statement for all three of those things? Come on, guys. Not hard, not grading you, I promise.
You can repeat the question.
No problem. So the question is, how would we create this case study, or how would we define the problem, right? What's the problem that he's facing?
Financial issues.
Yeah, who said that?
Me.
Okay, who's me?
Charity.
Okay, got you. Yes, so financial problems. Go ahead, Cheng. That's right. But go ahead, Cheng.
Yeah, so just the lack of not financial, but lack of access to the educational information, because he said he doesn't have a device that to access online class. And yeah, I guess the lack of access to educational information.
Okay, yeah, that's also correct. Go ahead, TJ. Thank you, Cheng.
Defining the question, the problem should be a question, right? A sentence, right?
Ideally it would be a sentence, but it could be longer.
All right, I think it could be negative impacts on students living in the inner city in the country or society.
Yeah, that's actually really good, because it encapsulates the main issue, but also gives a context of where he lives. And the only thing I'd add to that to tweak it is, I think you said the negative impacts of, hold on. Right, the pandemic, right. Okay, so you said the pandemic. So the negative impacts of the pandemic on inner city youth, basically. And so that encapsulates all three social issues. One, it kind of implies the violence that he's having to live through. You mentioned COVID-19 pandemic, and you also mentioned the education aspect. So, for example, if you're talking to investors or you're talking to someone about the solution that you're trying to create, and they're asking, what exactly are you doing? If you tell them the problem statement that you just gave me, they have a good idea of what you're trying to solve, right? Does that make sense? Does everyone understand why a problem statement is important? Yeah, think so. We're good. Okay, what solutions could we come up with? What would you do to help solve this issue?
Well, device donations, or I guess communities, internet cafes, could have converted schools like libraries and stuff with the devices, but allowed students to use those in place.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I also love the idea of having like community centers or libraries to provide a safe space for students like him. Yeah, go ahead, Shadike. Tell me if I pronounced it right. I hope I did.
Yes, you did. I actually created a plan, but I never like implemented it. I was thinking of like creating a group at my school where we could help like students that like having financial issues, and we could like try to find ways, even though they can't be online, we could still try to find ways so they can be able to do their assignments, and try to find like sponsorship for them so that they can be able to like get a device to go to online. And like we could find other students, like if they're having a problem with a specific subject, and if we find a student that is actually good at that subject, we could like make them help them to like get better and improve in that specific subject that they're having a problem with.
Yeah, I love that idea, and I hope you actually get to implement it. But that tackles several different issues, and one of the initiatives I can think of, I don't remember if it was UNICEF or Gleaner, but it was several teachers that went around to the community blackboards that they had, and they wrote problems like mathematical problems and English language statements for the students in the community to do. And they'd come around like each week, I think, and like leave papers for them to do, and so they could do the sets on the board, and then they'd come and pick it up at the end of the week and mark it and leave it. So although the students weren't able to physically go to school, or they didn't have a device, they were still doing some amount of schoolwork per week. But it does sound like a good idea, and I hope it gets implemented. Go ahead, Joanna.
Good morning. In addition to providing facilities through which persons can donate devices, I believe providing an avenue for moral support and mental support is really important, because even though he's actively engaged in school, there's the possibility that he may be depressed and oppressed, and so providing an avenue for mental support, even if you cannot afford to give something physical or tangible, just providing something intangible such as a word of encouragement or just something to help him get through the day would be really important and impactful.
I agree. I'm so happy that you mentioned it, because I think mental health is one of those things that kind of get stuck on the back burner. I think in the past few years, it's kind of come to the forefront, but I definitely suffered during the pandemic, especially in the beginning with doing school online. And I have a laptop and Wi-Fi and whatever. So I can't imagine people that don't have that, or don't have the moral support, don't have the mental support, mental fortitude, don't know what the word to use is, but they don't have the facilities to help them get through this stage. And I agree. Physical support is just as important as intangible support. So I totally agree, Joanna. Love that answer. TJ, your turn.
Well, all right. To solve this problem, I believe like a group of people could have come together and do fundraisers and partner with companies like Flow Digicel and other companies interested in charity. Like the reason why I said Flow or Digicel is because like in addition to what Andre said about what did he say again? Community centers, Flow and them could offer free Wi-Fi, so the students could have go there and do them schoolwork, attend classes, and also like when it comes to the fundraising, we could have used the funds from the fundraising to like buy tablets or laptops or whatever for the students to attend classes or stuff like that. So fundraising and partnering with charitable companies.
I agree.
Companies like UNICEF and for your other ideas such and such. Yeah, that's all that.
I agree. Good ideas. Horatia, I hope I pronounced your name right. You can go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Just to add to Joanna's point, in the video, the boy sound as if he lost interest in education. Is like, I just stay home and babysit. So I believe that even the student counselor could come from the school, do regular checkup, visit him, speak to him, encourage him that even though these are challenges that we're facing, we can get past them. So I believe that teachers and guidance counselor can play an important part in encouraging him.
I agree. It reminds me of how much more guidance and counseling support we need in the country, because I don't know how many guidance counselors you have at your school. I think I went to San Andrew High School for Girls, and we only had about 2 to 3, maybe 4. And if you think about the fact that the school population is like 1,500 students, and you try to divide 4 guidance counselors among 1,500 students, that's a lot of students to deal with. And so I think in an ideal world, you'd definitely have guidance counselors visiting students. But when we think about it in more depth, how logistically possible is it? So I love the idea. I definitely think it needs to be tackled. The question is how do we do it most efficient, or more efficiently? Yeah. Okay, cool. Anjana, your turn. Ooh, I can't hear you. Is anyone else having issues hearing her?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. You're good.
Okay, so I was saying another solution could be starting a mentorship program. So we pair one mentor with a student,
because maybe a lot of these students probably don't want to go back to school. Really, I don't blame them. So the mentor will be able to assist them getting jobs and encouraging them to do better even if they don't want to go back to school.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we really need to look into alternatives to traditional education. There are some students that can't even afford to go back to school, which is totally understandable. There are people that don't have an interest to go back to school. So what resources are we providing for them to learn skills or to enter the digital space? We have Heart Foundation, which is great, but not everyone is going. There are also some skills like things like upholstery or like furniture making, people don't think about considering to do, but people are still going to be buying furniture in the future, I'm sure. Or even things like sewing or whatever. We don't consider skills like that. I mean, there's also the potential to look at digital skills like coding or graphic design, which are super, super important. But what entities, what institutions do we have to support people that are interested in doing these things? So I agree. We should look into non-traditional forms of education. Dania, I hope I pronounced your name wrong, right? Sorry if I pronounced it wrong, please correct me, but go ahead.
It's Dana. It's Dana. I was just saying that I agree with the community center solution because probably we can't like provide each individual with a personal device and to give them internet access. So I really agree with the community center, and also like sometimes when persons are alone, they feel kind of depressed or so. So with the community center, they'll be able to socialize with other individuals and also learn from others. Like, for example, one person doesn't understand something and the other person does. They can help each other out in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I love those ideas. I think if we had more time, we'd try to actually create a solution with all of the plans. Like I can already think about opening the community centers, but making sure that we have mentors, as you just mentioned, but also making sure that we have people that are able to hear, people's issues to provide the mental support. We also need to make sure that we have non-traditional forms of education. So maybe people are learning chess. Just from what we've said so far, these are the ideas that I can think of. But we also have to consider the fact that it is during a pandemic. So how do we make sure we're able to do this in a way that meets the restriction requirements? We can't probably have 20 people in the community center. So would we be able to have 6? Would we be able to have 10? And then later on you get into the whole conversation about how much would it cost to do these things. But love the idea so far. Cheng, you can go ahead.
I think teachers also play a really big part in this because if you think about it, if you have a very interactive and fun teacher, you would always want to probably join his or her class. And also if they make the information easier to be learned for you, then I guess that will make the students be more into school and they wouldn't think of, oh, I should just drop out, or I'm not really fit in for school and stuff. So I think the teachers plays a really big part in that.
Yeah, I agree.
So not really adding anything to the system right now, but like probably adjust something that we already have within the system.
Yeah, I agree. Christina, and then we'll take TJ last. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I agree with what everyone is saying, and this is not so much service related, but he did mention that in the case study that an issue he had was when, if focusing in school, he would hear the gunshots. So it could be probably implementing a policy, even though that's sometimes kind of difficult, but implementing a policy probably for like gun reduction or restrictions on guns. If that's a thing.
Yeah, I agree. Ideally, that would work. I agree that would be a great idea. To what extent would it be effective? We don't know, but I agree. Having a policy that reduces gun use, even if it's during the day, would be a big improvement. Go ahead, TJ.
So, all right, while the community center is good and everything, I believe the school can keep classes but not in the classroom. Like, for example, they can keep the class in the auditorium or outside, where everybody can have space between each other. And like Flow or Digital, as I said before, can do this thing where them visit the schools and students who don't have no internet, like them can sign up for something. Like, I don't really know what, but them sign up for something and them have access to internet when they reach home to attend classes. And as I said before about the fundraiser, same. And when regarding to the violence now, like the communities where you have a high crime rate, the government can issue a zone of special operations for help reduce the violence. It will be safer for the students to go to the community services.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Totally forgot about zone of special operation, but that's a good idea. Totally forgot that existed. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And hopefully that would make it easier for students to access these safer spaces to learn. So I would ask you number 5, which is what resources do we need? But we kind of tackled that in number 4. So we talked about finding community centers or spaces. TJ just spoke about contacting, Flow or Digital for data or Wi-Fi plans. We spoke about talking to teachers to provide, funner classes, I don't know, or more engaging classes or new curriculums, maybe even. Spoke about guidance counselors that we might need help from to provide the mental support during this time. So we kind of have a good idea of the resources we need. We could also think about the fact that we might need to feed them, or we need to account for things like how much the electricity bills and stuff will cost. So those are all the additional resources. Sharike, you can go ahead.
I have one more thing that I wanted to say. When talking about resources, I think they also would need like the school supplies, and sometimes they can't afford like the school books. So like you would like try to make like students of the school, or like whoever wants to contribute, put money together so that the students that are less, don't have the money to buy it, they can be able to like have the money so that they can have the book and the supplies that they need to be more engaged in the subject that they're doing.
Yeah, I totally agree. You're right. They do need the supplies and the books. And one of the, if I was supposed to try to budget for that, and if we didn't get the finances for that, I'd probably be like, guys, what books do you have at home that you haven't finished using? What textbooks do you no longer use from previous grades, and collect all of them and give them over to the center so that they could use. So I agree. I think we have a good idea of all the resources we would need. If we had more time, we could actually make a list and estimate how much things would cost. But I hope you guys got from the case study and the activity how you'd move from identifying the issue to kind of creating a plan. Okay, so those are kind of the questions provided good steps or good context to understand how you move from a social issue into creating the plan and eventually creating the budget and executing it, right? So I think we're done. My next slide. Yeah, I'm done. If you want to connect with me, here are the different resources. Again, I've provided a resource document that basically encapsulates everything I just said. I will drop the link again in the chat. Yeah, so you can access this link and press the download button, which would be in like the top right-hand side, and then you can click the links on the document as well, and it will take you to the YouTube videos and articles and whatever else. So thank you guys. I had such a great time. I hope you learned a lot. I know it was a lot. I hope it wasn't too much for you to understand. If you have any questions moving forward, my information is there. And you can ask the BetterWorld pitch team, and I'd be so glad to help you. So thank you so much. Proud of you, team. It was so great. Thank you to my friends who jumped on. I really appreciate the support, and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you, Zara. It was a very inspiring presentation. So
Esther.
No problem.
That's Esther right there.
Yes, Esther, sorry.
No problem. It was my pleasure.
I want to be Esther Jamaican Club for being here, and also for repping Jamaica all the way in Spain.
Yeah. Thank you.
That we saw a little bit of Spain. I never got Spain, but we can so we never see from a personal. We cannot see that we never. I know for a fact that we have learned so much things from Esther's presentation. I'm wondering. I can't imagine how is it that these people embody so much information and it's so professional and know how to relate the information. I feel like I was in school. Now I am not very maths averse. I will say this again. I am a man of the arts and language and literature. The numbers I may not do so well. I'm going to be very, very honest with you. But the fact that you guys are relating so much to Zara's presentation because I had some internet issue just now. I didn't set Mary everybody. Yes, someone will call it country, but it's fine, it's fine. Country raised and grown. I love it, I love it. And I did not get to see the case study Esther, but when I came back to the presentation, when I come back to the session, the way they were engaging with the information and putting forward the information and putting forward the solution, I know for a fact that they would have understood from your presentation what it is that they needed. And for myself, I could then deduce what the case study was about, and that is absolutely amazing. I want to say that I'm hoping that we are taking the information and we're writing them down. So when it comes for pitch time, you understand these things are not lacking. Because I don't want to have to call Esther and say, say Ashley never put this in the presentation and one thing with me never talk. Me, I got time. I say Ashley Myers did not put what you say in the presentation. And what you know about me, I love call people name. I love call people name and seeing that we are family. Yeah, and not stolen way. Right. Thank you, Adriana. I don't want to butcher anybody's name. Now, this time to ask Miss Esther some questions, right? We are going to ask our questions upon top of question. We can go up a bit. We're going up. We have approximately, I'm giving you guys 5 minutes to ask Esther some questions, compile them, and come with the questions to ask her. We're not letting her go without some questions. We know the question might take some time because this is fine.
Okay. I'm patient. Go, Chang. I think
we're very waiting on the questions.
Okay, the questions are being asked right now.
Oh, they're coming up in the chat?
No. I'm asking a question right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Esther. So you've lived in Jamaica, right? And now you're in Spain. Is there any social issues you realize in Spain that's probably similar to Jamaica, or like maybe any advancements that you've seen in Spain that's lacking in Jamaica that you think could be brought back?
Solid question. Love that question. In terms of social issues that I've recognized, definitely youth unemployment. They have quite a high rate, and I think it's also increased because of COVID. So we share that similarity. I think it may be a bit higher than Jamaica actually, but don't quote me on it. I'm not super sure, but their youth unemployment rate is quite high as well. In terms of the advancements, I think there are more, I want to say like NGOs or initiatives that deal with some of these social issues. To what extent are they super efficient in solving them? I can't say just yet. I'm still monitoring them. I just came in September, so I'm still actively doing research on what it is, what social issues look like in Spain. But I think there is definitely more of a hunger to create like sustainable or rather social enterprises, which are businesses that are not only for profit, but also for social good. So I definitely commend Spain on that. In regards to other things, not too sure, but maybe in about 6 months, I can tell you.
Love that. Thank you for that question. And something to add to that, as I said, I'm an international relation major. What you'll find that most of these countries are in a sense, beating Jamaica with. And I think Esther will agree with me, and even if she doesn't, she can then add to that, is that our gender spectrum in the leadership sphere for Jamaica probably is because of the colonial past or any other aspect, but our gender spectrum when it comes on to, leadership and things like that is very, very lacking. So if anybody here is very passionate about, having that glass ceiling being broken and having human inclusion and other things like that, youth inclusion, then that is something that you can look for. You can look into, because what you will find is that for Jamaica, we are very, 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 very lacking in that department when it comes down to gender. So if we have any gender affairs person in here, and you're very passionate about that, you can use that and subscribe that in your page. What do you think about that, Esther?
And when you mean gender disparity, you're talking about people in leadership roles, as in the amount of males compared to females. Right. I agree, but what I will add is Jamaica is actually really good in terms of leadership, in terms of managerial roles. We actually have a bit more females than males in managerial roles. So not the CEOs, but like managerial roles, we actually have one of the highest rates in the world. I agree, though, you find that still a lot of our CEOs and board members are males. Yes. But in regards to our managerial roles, I think it's kind of evening out a little bit more. I agree, though. I'd say that it would be great to have more of a youth involvement in terms of business and business development. But I also think, to what extent are our youth able to hold their own in these spaces? We need to make sure that we are actually equipped with the skills to add to business decisions that need to be made, right? So it's not just about having a seat at the table. It's about making sure that the seat that you occupy, you can actually add to, right? What perspective are you bringing? What skills are you bringing? What education do you have that these older people might not have? So, yes.
Question. Any other question? Questions? I can feel them coming. I can feel the questions coming.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that Jamaica has the resources to battle unemployment, like to reach a state of almost full employment?
That's a big question. That's a good question. That's a very good question. Yes, I agree. I think that we do. However, I think the question is, where would those jobs be created, and are those jobs sustainable? So I want you to think about, you have a lot of real estate development coming up here and there. And so you have lots of like short contracts for youth, or like in particular males, to, be on the construction sites and help to build and things like that, which is great. But in terms of making sure that we have long-term employment for our youth, I think we need to shift into a space where we are preparing for the future. So whether that's looking at technology or the way that we transform our education curriculum or our healthcare or environment, I think the opportunity is there, but how are we creating the opportunities for our youth to step into that? I mean, even think about the fact that Jamaica has so much cultural currency. I'm in Spain right now, and people are singing to Toast in the shoe store. And I'm like, I'm in Spain. I'm in Segovia. I'm in a very small town in Spain. Why are people singing coffee? Or like, people ask me about Bob Marley all the time, right? Bob Marley died years ago, but we still have this social and cultural currency in the world. But how are we providing our youth with the skills to make sure that we're able to create, festivals around this, or what resources are we creating? What experiences are we creating for people to experience Jamaican culture, even if they're not here? That's a job that I don't even know the name for yet, but it probably exists, or it could potentially exist. Or if you look at how Jamaica does so well in track and field or sports, when I tell people that I'm from Jamaica, they're like, are you related to Shelley and Fraser? Or do you know Usain Bolt? And people ask me like, Esther, can you run fast? Or what makes you guys run so fast? We could potentially have like sports museums or short training courses for that. We should be like a sports mecca. We should be hosting people from all around the world that want to understand how Jamaicans can run so fast, or what is it that we do. But we don't do this. We don't invest in that. If you think about champs is actually like a phenomenal event. Countries don't really do that, but we just think as champs is a regular thing. This is just Jamaican culture, but there's a potential for all of these jobs. We're not really pushing for like physiotherapists, or we're not pushing for sports media management or whatever. So there's a potential for the jobs. The question is, are we looking in the direction to create those jobs? If that makes sense.
Before TJ goes, as Esther said, employment in Jamaica, employment on a whole is a very, very, very big topic. It's not a one-way topic or a one-way way to look at it. It's actually there. I don't remember the theorist, but he puts it on a web, saying that there's a lot of things that you can link to it. And out of the top of my head, I can't remember some of the other industries and sort of other aspects of things that will influence employment. Is things like transportation. Is it that persons can actually pay to go to work? You understand the education level that you are interacting with in your society. Also, how innovative is it that your society is? So me now, I can go to school and I can do politics and I can draw up a policy, but one to the next man where can't do that. One to a man where they can fix a car, they can paint. What is being put in place to help those persons? You also have the literary rate in Jamaica. It was very shocking to me that it was 26.2%. I was thinking about that it was so high, and yesterday here 26.2%. I think, but that's not so bad. That that less than 30 is not that bad. But when you're talking about human beings, and then you're talking about the qualitative aspect of that, you see how bad it is. So if it is that you are going to put in your pitch that you are writing and putting together, probably you want to think about that as well. Yes, I'm doing this business, but how is it that it's going to affect my country, my space, my community, things like that. Me now, I live in country. So if it is that I am going to make a business, how is it that persons are going to have access to my business, and how is it that I'm going to have access to the market? I'm not no economics person, just sorry, I put it in there. Almost all people.
That was good. I love that. That was good.
Mr. Adrian, I laugh, so that means
That was good. That was good.
Don't play with me now. TJ.
I understand what you're saying about the qualifications needed for employment and the factors causing unemployment. But what I was really asking was that if you have the resources to provide full employment, like compared to the population, because it's like, well, like the adult population is like over 1 million.
If I may, yeah. In regards to what TJ said, now as I said, I study politics, so I can answer a bit in a sense to these questions. Not the money part or the economics part, but the political aspect of it. Without a doubt, TJ, Jamaica have the resources to answer the unemployment rate that we are seeing. But as I said before, it's not just giving people work. It's not just providing the work for these people. Yes, I can make a building and say, come work, come. Let's use a sector that has been booming in Jamaica for the past years now, or more recently, the BPO sector, call center. Yes, I provide the call center for you to come to work, but can I, who live in St. Mary, go to Kingston every single day and maintain myself? You guys might not believe this, but for me to reach into Kingston every single day, that will cost me $1,000. $1,000. Yes, the work is there. Yes, I provide the work. But you just provide the work and leave it as that? No, it's not going to work. You have to then think about transportation. Is it that I'm making the transportation accessible and easily paid by these people? Or is it that I am, in a sense, industrializing the rural areas? Because I am coming from a person who lives in the country. There's not a lot of jobs here. You understand what I'm saying? So providing the jobs or having the resources to provide the job is one, and without a doubt, Jamaica can do that. But the access will be another problem, another issue that we will have to speak about. So I don't know if that answers your question. Esther, if you want to add to that, you can do so.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit. I definitely think that Jamaica has a potential to supply these jobs, but we also have to be very careful to not negate the contextual factors. If you think about it, Jamaica is 56 or 57 years old. That's how long we've been independent for, right? And when we were independent, yes, we now could control things ourselves, but we were inheriting a system that was not fully developed, which is why our education system is not super great. We're still trying to refine it over time. And so we need to take into account these contextual factors. Also look at the fact that employment is jobs are looking different. You know, there are a lot more jobs that you can work remotely. Do you have the skills necessary to ensure that you can work remotely well? You know, so there are lots of other contextual factors that we need to take into account. And I'd also say that it's not necessarily the government's job to ensure that you can be employed, or at least can maintain your employment. It should be their goal to make sure that everyone can be employed. But the reality is, I don't know when they'll actually meet that goal. And if you just wait on them, I don't know if you'll ever be employed. So what can you do in your by yourself in regards to getting your education or your certification or your skills to make sure that you're valuable in the marketplace and you can work in a space and place that you want? So yeah, I'm going to take Christina's question before you go, before I go and wrap up this section. So go ahead, Christina.
Hi again. I really appreciated the presentation. I also have a few questions for you. What kind of social issues have you tackled, and like social issue projects that you've tackled yourself, and what are the difficulties you face and how have you like overcome them?
Okay, good questions. The first issue, the first social issue I tackled was trying to expand the idea of, I don't want to say employment, but like education. I believe that education is not just limited to that of going to school and getting your C6 subjects and whatever. Education looks like exploring skills creatively, or exploring other things, being able to read on your own. There's so much information out there, so you should be able to be given the skills to think critically and to explore things like photography or art. At the time, I was the vice president of the photography club at Andrews. And while I had a photography club at Andrews that I could explore my creativity in, there were so many other students that were like, that sounds cool, but I don't know how it works. And other people were like, yeah, man, this looks like a nice hobby. And I'm like, no, but you could actually have this as a job or a side hustle or something. And you could be doing videography is a money maker now, because you have to be doing so much digital marketing or like graphics or storytelling, documentary making. And so I wanted to create a project that's allowed our local experts, so our local photographers who work with like the big name people who are doing these big projects, to come and talk to the students to open their eyes to the opportunities that were there. And so that was a full exposure event that you saw. It was fully sponsored, which I'm very proud to say that took some time, but it was fully sponsored, and we had about 7 guest speakers, and we had different workshops for students, and we invited students not only from Andrews or traditional high schools, but we had, I think we had a school from like St. Catherine, Jonathan Grant, and a few other like neighboring, schools come by, just because traditional high schools tend to get, these resources more easier than non-traditional high schools. And so it was very important for me to make sure that this opportunity was equal for them as well. And so that's what I tackled. Subsequent to that, people are like, oh my gosh, this event is great. What do we do now? And so we ended up doing smaller ones where we had like graphic designers come in and other things. Jonathan Grant ended up opening up their own photography club, which we still kind of work with. So that was the first one that I did. And then last year I did this year, Live for Life, which is now known as Leadership Lab, which Kiana's here. So a fellow like coworker, a partner. I had got some grant money at my old high school. I did sixth form in Hong Kong, and I had gotten grant money to do a project, and I wanted to teach underprivileged youth about global issues that happen locally through art. And one of my other friends was doing a similar project, and we kind of merged it. And so now we're not only teaching about global issues and giving them the soft skills that they need to be valuable in the marketplace, but we're also helping them with like university applications and finding internships and whatever else. So it's more of a holistic development, which is why it's called Leadership Lab. You know, we're trying to make sure that we create leaders in society in whatever aspects. They don't have to be the CEOs and they don't have to be the managers, but they must be able to like hold their own and inspire change. And so that's what I've done. There's tons of other smaller projects here and there, but those are the big ones. In terms of the issues that I've had, funding, most definitely, which is why I'd say starts as early as possible in regards to trying to find the funding that you might need. Definitely tap into your network, talk to people, tell people that this is what you're doing and this is a change that you want to make. And be flexible with how you try to solve this issue. When I did full exposure, I don't know if you remember, but in 2018, teachers went on strike. They went on strike the day the event was supposed to take place, okay? Or like the day before. So I was like, how are the people supposed to come to the event if
oh my gosh,
half of the teachers are gone, you know? And so we had to be flexible about how we deliver the event. And so we were able to like, so just like I'm giving you the resource sheet now, I gave resource sheets out and followed up, and you know, you have to just be really creative in order to make sure that these solutions are able to be sustained and be given. So I hope that answered your question. I think I answered everything, but let me know. No.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
No problem.
Absolutely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Again, Miss Fraser, I must say to you, thank you for your time. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I've been saying it from morning, and I know that I stand by it. I feel happy to do what I want. The wealth of information that you guys are getting is absolutely just immaculate. It's just immaculate. The person that you have access to is absolutely, absolutely amazing. Ensure that you reach out to Esther and ask Esther a question. Remember, Esther tell us that person, she's in Spain, and I just hear Esther say, Hong Kong.
Yeah, I was in Hong Kong before this, guys.
So,
yeah.
Ensure that you are reaching out to her just to have holistic conversation. I know that Esther is a very nice person, so she'll open to having this kind of conversation and help you to direct you. Again, Mr. Thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure hearing from you. And as I said, we are all friends now, so I will be reaching out to you as well.
Definitely,
okay?
definitely. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sharing the resource one more time in the chat so you can download it, and all my contact information is there. See you guys. Thank you so much. Proud of you.
Thank you, Esther.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. Great presentation.
Later, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
I know that we have been digesting the academic called food. You understand the food of theory and understanding, but now it's time for us to go and get something into our bellies. You understand? Pull up our bellies and come back. We have I think it's a 1 hour break thing, right? Yes. So we have a 1 hour break to go get some refreshment, get some food. It's Sunday. I know the Sunday dinner done. I will have to ask my mother if my wife is not sure yet. But I know that our Sunday dinners are waiting for us. So we have 1 hour to eat and come back for the next presenter.
So that would be.
You want to hold us any other? Miss Mullings, over to you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Big up the BetterWorld team every time. I know they've been working extremely hard to deliver this event right here. All right, so I've been asked to speak on tackling fear in public speaking. I'm just going to bring up my screen. All right, cool. So how to tackle fear in public speaking? Now, I want to start off by saying that, you know, public speaking ultimately comes down to planning and preparing. That is the easiest way to put it. There is no way that you can go before any audience without proper planning and preparation. However, after you've done it for some period of time, then you can create some almost templates, if you will, in your head, as well as some template presentations. So for example, I frequently speak about leadership or, you know, student development, youth development, etc. So I have some of my own presentations that are templates that if you ask me to speak right now, I could pull up that PowerPoint and go right into it. So it's good to identify what your target areas are that you may want to speak about repeatedly if you're positioning yourself as a public speaker, and then you take it from there. But overall, you have to plan and prepare. So here are some steps to doing that. One, doing test runs in front of your friends and family members. Now, I personally am someone who used to get a whole lot of stage fright with public speaking, and I still do to some extent. I think if you don't have a little bit of butterflies or anxiety, then, it's a natural part of it. So I used to get so scared sometimes, honestly, if you see me on stage, even though I may project and appear to be confident in the moment, my hands would usually be shaking like this. So I used to go up there and kind of go like this, or, my hand behind me or something like that. So persons couldn't see my hand shaking. But I say that to say, it's okay to be nervous. It's okay to be unsure. But the more you put into planning and preparing is the better that will come across. That being said, the second portion is ensuring that you organize your materials and download videos, pictures, anything that you're using. Ensure that you download it from beforehand, especially as we're operating in this, Murphy's Law world where anything that can go wrong will go wrong. I've seen many presenters come on stage in a physical setting and are waiting for the internet to connect to be able to play their video or presentation. And sometimes the internet isn't good. So download all your videos from beforehand, just in case, or any external resources that you plan to utilize that may need the internet, get it from beforehand. The third one is that you will definitely have to problem solve on the fly. So if the presentation is not coming up, you need to be so well versed in your presentation that you can just speak off the top of your head. And if you can speak off the top of your head, because you know your material so well, that puts you in a better position to be able to problem solve. Sometimes the mic may stop working. Sometimes maybe your camera stops working and you're on Zoom. There are so many different things that can happen, but you have to ensure that because you've put so much preparation in place from before, it's easier for you to account for any mishaps that may happen. That being said, the next slide speaks to a quote that I found online that I think really summarizes how you go about delivering a good speech or just any interaction with people overall, really. And that's, if you don't want to preach, put stories in your speech. Meaning, when they say preach, they mean going on for a long period of time, and persons may, lose touch with what you're saying. You need to put stories in your speech. And to be honest with you, I have attended so many different pitches and hackathons, etc. And it always comes down to what is the story that you're sharing. And I'm going to explain to you what I mean by that. So public speaking is similar to essay writing. You're going to need a hook. You have to start off with a bang. Sometimes people will use like a quote or something funny that makes everyone laugh or whatever it is. You're going to need a hook, something that makes people say, wow, let me start listening. So for example, I had done a pitch for, I think this was the second Coders of the Caribbean hackathon that I had entered. And our solution was about the NCB application, like something with financing and budgeting essentially. And so we started off with some jarring statistics to say, X amount of persons are unable to access finances or housing or whatever it is. Therefore, this app could help them, right? So that's one example. If it is that you are going about, a financial app, but for whatever product, project, or program it is, you need to start off with, it can be a statistic, or some sort of story or something that will make your audience say, I want to listen to what this person is saying. The second is the body. So that's where the majority of your content is going to be, where you give the filler information and touch on those salient points. The last one is a strong closing. You have to ensure that at that point, you're cementing why it is that your project or the product that you're building is fit for the audience. Overall, you need a story. So I couldn't find any of my examples to show you because I'm using a different laptop, but for that same NCB example where we were pitching a budgeting, financial planning application, we created a story around it. So we said, hi, meet John. John is a third-year student at the University of the West Indies who is having trouble with, maybe saving or budgeting for a car that he wants to buy. John meets this app. John sees what we're doing with this app and is able to then track his savings towards buying this car. And at the end, you have, awesome, John got the car. Do you get me? So with almost any period of, trying to get persons to understand what your pitch is, understand why it is that they should do what it is you're saying, why they should invest, why they should even listen to you while you're speaking. Human beings fundamentally relate to stories. Always draw for a story. And to do that, you really have to incorporate real lived experiences that persons can relate to. So when you're going about creating that pitch or presentation or you're speaking to anybody, you have to identify what are your experiences. What have you gone through that you can use to relate to your audience? Then you have to think of what are the experiences of the audience that you are speaking to. Then 3, what are the experiences of the society or the environment within which you all operate? And I'll give you a little bit of an explanation as to how this would be different for a pitch versus like a regular presentation, a regular speech or so on. So for a pitch, you have to get hyper-focused. Usually you have about 5 minutes, 7 minutes to make a pitch. So you have to go right into the salient points, which is why persons usually make a storyline. So like I said, hi, this is John. John is a third-year computing student. Immediately, if you're pitching to a group of university students, they can relate to that because they know a John in their lives, right? If you're pitching to an older audience, then maybe you'd say, hey, meet, I'm trying to think of an old name, meet Garfield or some from St. Elizabeth, who is trying to save towards having a farm, or, maybe his dream is to buy a cow, whatever it is. He's going to use this financial planning app to do that, right? So for pitches, you have to zone in on the experiences of the audience you're speaking to. However, where your experience comes in a pitch is that you have to show the audience that you and your team have the capacity to implement whatever it is that you're pitching. So at that point, you'd say, this app was developed by a team of developers called D&D, and D&D came together in 2018. We met, we had this amazing idea because, we were inspired by X and Y and Z. Thus, we decided to do ABC, hence we're here. And this is how we're going to move forward, right? That's essential for your pitch. So 1, you have to have a fantastic idea that relates to the audience, but you also have to be able to say, hey, I can actually pull this off. If you actually invest in me and give me the requisite resources, I can do it because maybe I've done it before. Maybe I've been president of Key Club and president of whatever else before, or maybe I've worked on similar initiatives like this before. My team has the capacity to do what we're saying here. So overall, it's, I see Deontay in the chat. Overall, you have to just showcase that you have that capacity. And the other part is the experiences of the society you live in. That's what you'd also use to help build that story. Now, everything I just said is with respect to a pitch, right? Now, if we're speaking about a regular speech presentation where you want to connect with your audience, that's where people usually take it in this 3-step approach. It's something that I remember attending the SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals leadership conference some years back. And this guy from abroad came in to speak on it. And we were analyzing some of Barack Obama's speeches and so on, and seeing how he used this method. So he started off with speaking about his personal lived experiences. From that, he was able to say, all right, well, I grew up in this type of community. These are my experiences. This is what I felt. And then into the second stage of his speech, he links his experience to his audience's experiences. Things that he knows the audience has experienced that would be similar to his life story and would allow them to connect over that. After that, he goes, all right, given my experience and your experience, we're both going to go together now into society to implement X and Y and Z. You get me? It's a very, very simple method, but one that honestly connects with people so, so well. If you're able to show people that you are, on the same level, one of them, you experience one of those same, you experience some of the same things they have, that bridge and that gap that you're able to connect with is honestly memorable. So that's what I'm saying here with respect to incorporating real lived experiences. So I found a listing of some specific steps. I found these online, by the way. I'm not going to take credit for this listing here, but I thought it was really, really good. So it said, for getting ready, 1, you need to select a topic of interest to you. 2, like I said earlier, planning and preparation is extremely important. So it said, prepare carefully, know your material. 3, practice, rehearse your talk with a friend. So get all your friends together, say, hey, I'm going to be showing you all how it is that I want to deliver this speech or this pitch. Then ensure that you have persons that will give you realistic feedback, by the way. We don't want just a yes man or a yes woman around us, right? We want to hear say, yo, you could improve in this area or improve in that area. 4, like I said, know your audience. You have to know who you're speaking to. No 2 pitches should be the same. It should be different based on who it is that you're delivering it to. And even if it is that you have like basic points that you still want to get across, the way you deliver it will still be important based on your audience. 5, challenge negative thinking. So many of us start to doubt ourselves before we go up on stage. We get nervous. I want you all to know that that is completely normal, completely fine. We're all human. And a part of getting good at public speaking is being able to use your mistakes or any slip-ups that you may make and turn them into a non-existent mistake, essentially. Like, okay, if I mess up and say the wrong word, then I'll just say, sorry about that. Let me correct it. Moving forward, moving right along. And that is something I've had to learn through TV. So I'm the host of Gen Z, which airs every Saturday at 6:30 p.m. And then the rebroadcast is Wednesdays at 6 o'clock p.m. And then it's also on Power 106, the radio, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, right? And I didn't know that so much went into public speaking. I thought I knew a whole lot about it before. But when the greats are teaching me, I'm like, wow, there's a whole lot more that I have to learn in this space. You start to learn about things like how you should enunciate each of the words that you're saying, the proper pronunciation for many of the words. You start to learn about the importance of eye contact and how even though we're in the studio, we don't have a live audience with us. We still have to look to the camera as if that audience member is there, because that's what makes people at home who are watching connect and say, oh, wow, we're a part of the conversation too. She just looked right at me into the camera. You know, like when you're watching Dora and Dora turns to the camera and says, where is the house?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly like that. So, I mean, it's a similar vibe. So when you're pitching or even doing a speech and you're up there, look people straight in the eye. Like find a few faces that are friendly within the room. Look right at them, you know, and that helps you also to remember that it can be scary to think you're speaking to this large mass of persons, or even if it's 20, a large group of persons. Remember that each of them is an individual, right? So looking at separate persons can also help in that sense. Expect positive reactions. That's number 6. Expect success. Think of what the best possible outcome is. Just drill that into your brain. Another good one, know the room. Of course, no, many of these are now virtual. There is no issue at all with doing like a Zoom test before. So coming on, ensuring that if you plan to share your screen, you know how to share your screen, you know how to share audio so that the persons can be hearing if you're playing a video, etc. Ensure that whatever space or modality it is that you're using, you know it inside and out. And that helps to ease some of your anxiety because you know that you know everything about the space that you'll be in. Person said, you know, aerobic exercise strategies. I mean, for me, that's neither here nor there, but overall, if you have specific activities that, you know, put you at ease, make you feel better, make you feel more calm, then by all means, go right after it. Eat for success. I always say that having a good breakfast, having a good lunch and dinner is extremely important for how you go about your days. I know sometimes, especially many of us who are very ambitious, we tend to skip breakfast and go straight into the day ahead. That's not good, people. Breakfast really does help, and you have to ensure that in all these other areas that you want to be successful in, whether it be pitching and public speaking, or if it's, you know, I don't know, you want to be excellent in school or whichever other area of your life, all of that is first founded on how well you take care of yourself and your body, you know? So from eating, sleeping, ensuring that you have means to socialize, downtime, relaxation. When you get stressed or burnt out, etc., that will affect all the other areas of your life, right? So ensure that those basic needs that you have as a human being who's trying to grow in public speaking or trying to grow in whichever area of your life, ensure that those basic ones are met first. So after getting ready on the actual day where you have a presentation, few things. One, eat several hours before the talk. You know, so your food can digest something. Two, dress for success. This is so important. Did you know that how you dress can really, really affect your confidence levels, your mood overall? And you essentially have to be intentional to say, hey, this is how I'm going to present myself to the world, So each day, you never know what opportunities may present themselves on that day, right? And so each and every single speech or talk or so on that you go to, ensure that you go looking your best. You don't have to be in a fancy suit or fancy this or that, but if persons look back, they should be able to say, he or she took this seriously. They came here and they delivered, and you move from there. Of course, challenge negative thinking, as we said earlier. If you need to and you feel nervous, anxious, find a friend and just say, yo, this is how I'm feeling. And they'll give you a little boostings and you go right back again. Practice your talk one last time. And once you practice your talk, ensure that all those major salient points are good. If it's a physical speech, then, you know, check out the room, ensure you know where the stage is, you know where to walk from here to here. And if it's online, like I said, ensure you know how Zoom works. You're good to go. Your camera is up. Internet is here. I know that that's a variable, but ensure everything is good to go. All right. Take a glass of water before the talk is probably the last one that I would look at there. So overall, there are many different key elements to how it is that you can get better at public speaking. There are many, many different elements that will affect how well you do, or, you know, if you make a mistake or so on. But overall, I want you guys to know, as I've said over and over, it's completely fine to make mistakes. What matters and what shows how experienced you are usually comes from how you recover from mistakes, right? And you also won't become amazing in public speaking overnight. It's a skill that, just like any other skill, you'll have to practice, you have to put in the work, and people can tell when you haven't put in the work, right? I think you do yourself a disservice if you don't plan and prepare. So it's a case where each of you is more than capable of delivering an amazing pitch or an amazing speech, but you have to put the work in and try from beforehand. And also, if you have teams and so on, then identify the best person and allow them to lead, allow them to teach you, allow you to learn from them while they learn from you in maybe other areas. I think all of that is important to identify what the team strengths are overall. So that's a bit here that I have. I'm going to leave it there. I wanted to ensure that the majority of the session was allowing for you to ask any questions that you may have specific to public speaking, or even outside of that and just general, confidence levels, etc. But I've highlighted most of the salient points here, which really comes back to, I would say, 1, planning and preparation, 2, believing in yourself and allowing yourself to make mistakes, because that's completely fine. You can bounce back from it even within the speech. Like when we're going on TV, if we make a mistake, we just have to pick up and continue. 3, having a story. So presenting your solution or product as a story. So Jim realized that he wanted to, I don't know, run faster. And so we created a shoe that helped Jim. Jim is now happy and running all over the place. Simple story that persons can relate to and connect with based on their lived experiences and your lived experiences. And the last one would be execution. So ensuring that you know all the different points that need to be made. 1, 2, if they're point persons that you need to connect with and contact with, you have that contact already. You know how the room is set up, or you know how Zoom is set up. You're good to go. And each time you do that, those few steps, each time you have another pitch or another speech to do, you'll get better and better and better until you could do this in your sleep, until you could get up right now and do a speech, right? And that's important to build towards. So I'll leave the floor open if anybody here has any questions, and I would be happy to engage each and every one of you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Mullings. Now, this is a topic that I love for myself because I recently gotten into public speaking and hosting and these things. And I know for a fact that everybody here have a question. You understand? They're very brilliant, Miss Mullins. I can tell you, I can atone for them. Very, very brilliant. So we'll be taking the questions now. If you want to open your mic and speak and practice your public speaking skills right now, that would be amazing as well. But if you want to text the questions in the chat, that is fine. The floor is now open. Go ahead.
Yeah.
First of all, Daniel, thank you so much for that presentation. It was really very inspiring and very uplifting. I just wanted to ask you, what was your first experience in public speaking like? Like, how was it for you? How did you build your confidence, and how did you overcome that fear in that moment?
That's a great question. My first in public speaking, the only thing I can remember is probably first form. No, actually even before that, probably grade 2, I think. Yes, I had a speech to do in front, not even a speech. I was supposed to read this like Bible verse or scripture or story or something to the overall student body. And because my class had assembly at the time for school, so I remember being extremely nervous. I was up there, shaking. And I think that's all a part of the journey. So you will have those times where you're shaking and you're nervous, like even being head girl at Campion. I was so nervous to give speeches. It doesn't come across that way in the moment, but like I said, my hand would be shaking like crazy. I just have to kind of tuck it like this, So I think that being said, it's important to recognize that not every single speech will go perfect. It won't go exactly the way you want it to. But that's okay, because we're all human and we're all growing. And so I think what you should do is identify in each speech that you do, identify what went well and what didn't go the way you want it to, and then utilize that to improve for the next time. The other thing I would say is, since being a host for TV, I have learned so much about enunciation and pronunciation that I did not even consider before, right? And so I would implore you as well to look up speech training videos online, how are words supposed to be pronounced. One may seem simple and we think we know all of it already, because I thought I knew all of it already for the most part, but sitting down there, you have to humble yourself and be like, you know what, in this life, there's always more to learn. There's always more that you can be taught, and being open to that. So definitely, I think looking up some enunciation, one. Two, another thing I've had to learn is there are three things they've told us, which is pitch, pace, power, or it's actually four. Pitch, pace, power, and pauses, right? So pitch being, how do you let your voice go up and down? So instead of sounding monotone, so if you listen to the first episodes of Gen Z, I sound monotone, I'm on the same level for the entire thing. Now they're saying, Daniel, add inflections to your voice, go up sometimes and then go down and then stay at the same level, because that helps to have the audience get more engaged. So that's pitch, going from up to here to being okay, right? And pitch, the next one is power. How strongly do you project your voice to the persons? Of course, you can't be in there shouting for the duration of the pitch or the presentation, but equally, it can't only be quiet. So again, it's like a dance going between the two. The next one is pauses, and pauses and pace, which are the two I have the greatest difficulty with right now, right? I have a tendency to speak very quickly, and so I have to consciously slow down myself so that the audience can definitely understand and break down what it is that I'm saying. Because when you speak too quickly, it kind of just goes through one ear and out the other, and they don't get a chance to process it. So that's something I'm still working on. I've slowed, right now I'm speaking at about half speed of what I usually speak at, but I need to go down to about quarter, but still working on it. And then those pauses allow persons to reflect on what you would have just said. That allows persons time to absorb, process, and then move forward. So those are the main things I've learned so far. Still working on it. As I said, everybody's a work in progress, but that would be it. I think I see some more questions in the chat. Oh, okay, cool.
Excuse me, miss. Could you send us your presentation to keep and download, please?
Sure, no problem. I had sent the link to the BetterWorld team, so feel free to distribute, no problem.
So we'll take the question in the chat first, and it's saying Miss Mullings. At the beginning, Miss Mullings mentioned about having a template that she could just go to and master in speech. Could you explain more about that template?
Okay, great question. So what I meant by template is that I usually get asked to speak about leadership or student-oriented matters. I've given a leadership presentation so many times at this point that I have a template for leadership presentations themselves for that demographic. So I didn't mean like one master template that I utilize for any topic or any subject. I mean having specific PowerPoints for the various topics that you're probably likely to speak on. That way, if someone asks me next week or even tomorrow or even right now to give a speech on leadership, I know which presentation I'll draw for. Another one is social media or how to brand yourself. That's another area I've been asked to speak on more than once. So I have my PowerPoint. I know how I'll present it. It's generic in the sense that I don't have like dates on it, or, the examples I use aren't really, you can't tie them to a specific date. It's generic. So at any point, I could give this presentation, and when I'm speaking and adding body to it, that will make it more current and relevant to what's going on right now. So yeah, that's what the template is.
And we have Anne right there.
Okay, hi Daniel. So I have a question. So from personal experience, when I give like public speakings, or like just like maybe just present to your class and stuff, sometimes like when I prepare something but then when I present it, I'll probably get like kind of nervous and stuff, and I'll
Yeah.
start improvising things in there. Do you think that's good for public speaking, or do you think you should try to avoid that?
Okay, so I think you should always have a certain like set of points that you want to get across, but it's completely fine if you improvise and go a bit off script. For example, even with like Gen Z or so on, the script we have usually ends up very different from what we say, because we have our main points that we definitely want to hit, but there's some room for connecting with the audience. Maybe the audience member says something that is funny or something that can be easily incorporated. And when you put that in, it helps you to connect with them. So completely fine to improvise. I think that's good. And also a skill of being able to do public speaking well. And as you mentioned, sometimes you feel nervous while you're doing it, right? And what I've realized is very few people actually recognize when you're nervous, you know, it's all in your head. You're like, oh my goodness, they're probably seeing that I'm not standing up fully, or they're probably seeing that I stuttered a while ago. For the average person that is watching you, they're just like, oh, okay, he stuttered, all right, fine. What is he gonna say next? So don't get too caught up in your head when you make a mistake. Just keep going. Just keep going. So fix whatever it is that may need to be fixed, but continue. Mm-hmm.
So I have a question as well, Ms. Mullings. You know, you are the guild president. I know you are a host, you know, on the television. Do you have any resources that you could share with the BetterWorld team that, you know, they could then share with anybody else that, you know, they could look on and watch and be better able to practice these skills that you're putting forward for them?
Definitely. I mean, I could probably, so I do training classes with Simone. So sometimes she gives us like, Simone from Smile Jamaica. So she trains us in public speaking and how to do these things. So there's some like exercises that she would give us. I'm sure I could find some similar ones online. So I could probably share that with everybody, just to do like your own personal practice with it. But that's like, you know, enunciation, how to pronounce this and that, and pitch and pace, etc. So yes, I could share that.
We had another question. We're going to take one and then we'll wrap up the session. We had one more. I heard somebody speaking.
I think it was Orion Isaac.
I don't know. Mr. Isaac, you have a question?
No, I gave my question already.
Okay. So somebody sent in the chat there, Ms. Mullings, saying, outside of public speaking in terms of presenting to an audience. Oh, the questions are coming in now. They were typing, you know. They were typing, that is the thing. They were typing. Outside of public speaking in terms of presenting to an audience or so, how do we build an high self-confidence to communicate and network? So in a general sense, your lifestyle overall.
Okay, I like that question. So I always say, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. So you have to start small. And some small things that can build your confidence are like, you know, going and saying hi to another classmate that you've never met before and never spoken to before. It may seem simple, but, you know, being able to put yourself out there and say, hi, my name is X and Y and Z. You're learning how to introduce yourself and pitch yourself to that person. You know, they'll respond. You can have small talk and work on that. Or even if you go to networking events, whether virtually or online, building up that confidence to send a message saying, hi, I'm Daniel and I'm interested in technology. And so I would love to connect with you about that if that's what the person is on. So really and truly, there's some small steps you can take. And so I would say to you, identify what is that next small step that I can take right now that would help me to build my confidence. Maybe it's even speaking to, you know, a family member or so on about, you know, something you're passionate about. Or maybe it's some people start social media pages about, you know, like passion project pages to share maybe their musical gifts or their talents or this or that. You know, there are different ways to start putting yourself out there. Just identify what for you is that next small step. Keeping devotion, yes, exactly. It's all about putting yourself out there. I mean, as Deontay mentioned earlier, I'm the president for the University of the West Indies Guild of Students. And that takes so much to put yourself up for those elections. Have mercy on my soul. I just remember being like, should I even do this? This is a big step, you know? And it takes a lot, but you have to remember your purpose, your why are you even putting yourself up to this? And once you remember that purpose and passion, use that to help fuel you in those moments where you're doubting yourself, even, you know, before you go up under the speech. Ashley asked, what are some advice or tips for shy persons doing public speaking? So like I said,
Ms. Mullings just compiled more questions in the chat.
Sure. Sure, no problem. So how would you design your speech before you start writing it down? What are some tips for shy persons? So as I said, I actually am an introvert, which persons don't always believe. But I'm very introverted. I like my own space. I'm not usually out and about with a whole lot of people. And so it was very difficult for me to even start this public speaking journey at first. But again, I had to keep pushing myself, you know? So I would agree to be the speaker for the group presentation in class, go up there, a little nervous, yes, but you push through and you do it anyway. You take that first step in maybe even just raising your hand in class and answering questions. And that starts to build your confidence. So you believe in yourself more and more. And so those small micro steps add up over time. And so what I would say for shy persons is, even if you're completely nervous, just push yourself to do it anyway. And when you recognize that, wow, I'm in the midst of the fire and I'm still okay, that's when you start to build and grow. And for Isaacs, I always isolate what the main points are. And then, as I said earlier, with identifying your lived experiences, then 2, what experiences you share with your audience, and then 3, what is the commonality or what is the bridging of those 2 that can move forward to whatever it is you're either advocating for or encouraging persons to do. So it's your experience, their experience, our experience. All right, I think that's all the questions. So thank you guys so much for having me. Back over to you, Deontay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mullings. Thank you for being here. And I know for a fact, look, you get people are clapping, Ms. Mullings. People is clapping. That was an absolutely beautiful presentation, and I learned a lot from it as well. Because for me, I just started hosting, and like you, Ms. Mullings, I have the problem of speed, slowing down and allowing persons to actually hear what it is that I'm saying. So I learned from the presentation as well, and I know that each and everyone in here would have learned from the presentation. Thank you so much. I know that the BetterWorld team appreciate you being here and taking the time out of what we know to be a very busy schedule, very busy. So we are very thankful in having you here, guys. I tell you to say, I be a celebrity. When I get today. You understand, these persons are not easily. It's not easy to reach them, and they took the time to be here for you guys today, which is absolutely amazing. Again, Ms. Mullings, thank you so much. So we are not going to waste any time because we are a bit pressed. But what we are going to be doing now is going into our last presentation for the day, and I'll be handing over to Zing, who will come to you and talk to you in regards to that presentation. Zing, over to you.
Okay, so hi everyone. First, I would like to apologize on behalf of Wade, our last speaker. He's having a medical emergency and he's like at the hospital right now, so he really can't make it to the event today, and he's really sorry for this. Things happen and we can't control it. But then he sent us the presentation. We'll go over it briefly, and if you guys have any questions, type it in the chat and I will send it to him so that you guys could get it answered. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen now. Zing, just let me know if you can see it, okay?
Yes.
Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, and you can see the full PowerPoint application?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone. Today we'll be going through corporate social responsibility. So any ideas as to what you guys think that corporate social responsibility is? You can type it in the chat or, unmute. Yes, TJ, I see that you raised your hand.
I believe corporate responsibility is when firms or corporations are like, I don't want to be redundant, but responsible when it comes to making decisions, like environmentally responsible. They're responsible when making decisions in regarding to their employees, the environment, ethically as in laws and legally and ethically as in laws and stuff like that.
Right.
So basically, corporate social responsibility is just making good decisions.
Yeah, understood. That's nice. Yes, Joanna says that a firm's commitment to giving back. Yes, that also covers it. And Chenzing, you have your hand up.
I think that just means a company or a corporate's I can't say responsibility. The role they play in the society, and what benefits can they bring to the society, whether bringing employment rates or, as I think TJ just said, the environmental part of it, and yes, bringing people together and helping the environment or the economy and all of that.
Right. So basically, you guys covered the surface idea of what corporate social responsibility is. When you're ready to pitch, man, you guys are ready. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, what is CSR? By practicing corporate social responsibility, companies can be conscious of the kind of impact they are having on all aspects of society, including economic, social, and environmental. So as TJ said, environmental really comes under it. So here's the definition of corporate social responsibility. CSR is a self-regulating business model that helps a company to be socially accountable to itself, its stakeholders, and the public. So again, giving back. So here's a quote by Mr. Michael Porter. Businesses must reconnect company success with social progress. It is not on the margin of what companies do, but at the center. We believe that it can give rise to the next major transformation of business thinking. So I have a question for you guys. How does this quote resonate with you? Like, what does this quote bring out? And, what are your thoughts?
It's not only based on the statistics or the ROI, it's mainly based on, I guess, the purpose of the business and what's at heart and how it impacts and influences other people's ideas in society.
Right. So it's not about one, but it's as everyone as an entity as a whole, and how our business can give back to society and develop movement as in growth. Okay, so here's Carroll's model of corporate social responsibility made in 1991. So there are 4 aspects to his model, which include philanthropic responsibility, ethical responsibility, legal responsibility, and economic responsibility. And it says that profitability and compliance with the law are the most important conditions for corporate social responsibility. Again, no illegal, no backhanded information, no unfair information. There should be complete knowledge between the consumer and the firm and such like that. So these are the 4 aspects. So we're going to be looking at economic responsibility now. The responsibility to be profitable. The only way for a business to survive and support society in the long term. So producing goods and services that society needs and to profit from them. This is what economic responsibility is. Shareholders need a reasonable return on their investments. Employees need an environment to do their jobs safely and fairly. Customers want quality products for fair prices. So you can't be having like a good that's worth, let's say, $1,000, and some it's not up to the mark, you know, and employees, they need fair working conditions, comfortable working conditions, and, you know, an environment where they're motivated and inspired to grow and, you know, work harder. And again, shareholders need a reasonable return on their investments. That is something that if you guys have any ideas on, you can share with us. And if you guys have any questions, please put them in the chat, because I don't know how to explain this completely properly, but yes. Chanting?
I think that just means that, well, the shareholders are people who invest in your company, and they will provide you with the funds that regulates the operation of the corporate. So in return, you must definitely, a part of your profit must go towards them. So I think that those three boxes are just the shares of what your profitability can go towards in order to improve your industry. So your shareholders must get a reasonable return, as the PowerPoint says, so that you can, so that they will continue to invest and trust in the corporate. So I guess that's what's my understanding about that.
Right. Zane?
Just to add on, right? So this is basically the three target group: your shareholders, which is your potential investor, your employees that will be working for your company or your service, and your customers, your target group, right? Who you will be serving, the community you will be serving. So this is like when you're, I guess, have an answer for each target group, right? And is serving them. Then you promote economic growth. You're fulfilling your economic responsibility.
Right. So now we'll be moving on to legal responsibility. Conducting business as defined by legislation, national, regional, and local. So here are the aspects of legal responsibility. Consistent operation in accordance with government requirements, complying with different national and local regulations, behaving as loyal state and company citizens, meeting legal obligations, and supplying goods and services that meet the minimum legal requirements. So basically, you cannot do any underhanded business or illegal things. Your business must be transparent and must be legal and according to the government rules and such. So organizations are expected to operate and function within those rules. So that is how you can achieve your legal responsibility. Here is ethical responsibility now. So ethical responsibility refers to embracing activities, standards, and practices that haven't necessarily been written down, but are still expected. So unwritten rules of the book. So you have performance that is consistent with society's expectations. You recognize and respect new evolving ethical and moral standards adopted by the society. Prevent ethical standards from being infringed upon to achieve objectives, being proper business citizens and doing what is ethically and morally expected. And you have to acknowledge that business integrity and ethical behavior go beyond compliance with laws and regulations. Again, going back to the fact that, you know, some rules are unwritten and some rules that you just have to follow and keep in mind when, you know, when the business is growing or working, when employees are working. So again, when it refers to ethical responsibility, you must not, just in order to reach like a profit goal or, you know, any other goal that your business might have in monetary terms or such, you cannot bend these standards in order to reach those goals. Otherwise, you won't be achieving your ethical responsibility. There's some questions in the chat.
No, they're just sharing knowledge.
Okay. Any questions here, guys?
No,
I have one
nothing's
question.
Oh, okay.
I have one question. How would a business with difficult, because ethics differ from person to person, how would a business with different ethics go about their ethical responsibility than the norm?
Again, there are some rules that are just unwritten, and I'm pretty sure, like, they're discussed and gone in depth about. So there might be slight differences among different businesses. Again, it's all referred to the one basis idea that it should be that you should not do anything that will affect your consumers, or put your consumers at a disadvantage, or put your employees at a disadvantage. So again, as it relates to that. But I guess you can put your question in the chat, so Zing can send it to Wade and he can answer the question for you in more depth. Jana?
Adding what you said, they also have an ethical code or code of ethics, which really governs how they act or how they respond to different things. The employees will be regulated by such. So different laws are, well, laws is strict, but different codes will put in place to basically regulate their employees ethically. And should they walk outside of that code of ethics, then you know that there will be some sort of
consequence. Right. I agree. Yeah, Joanna basically summed it up. That's right. I agree. Good job, Joanna. Okay, let's move on. Okay, philanthropic responsibility. So this is voluntary or discretionary activities and practices of business, guided by companies' desire to take part in social activities that aren't really expected. These activities give the public the impression that the company wants to give back to the community. The business adopts different types of philanthropy: gifts, volunteer work, community development, and other contributions. So I have a question for you guys in here. Say, for example, a company like Digicel. How do you think that they would achieve their philanthropic responsibility? Floor is open.
For instance, that when it's the back to school time, they would provide bags and books and some grants to different persons as a part of their philanthropic responsibility.
Right. That's interesting. Chanzing? Chanzing?
Yes, hi. So I think, well, for Digicel, I know when I check their Instagram page, they have this hotspot corner program that I believe would helps to provide Wi-Fi to areas that won't have proper Wi-Fi connections, and I think that will that's a part of their
Philanthropic responsibility.
Yeah, responsibility, right.
Right. Yes.
And also
yes.
in the chat, Ashley Mays said through scholarships and grants, and Adriana Prince said they have a foundation which focuses on
Philanthropy.
Philanthropy, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Good job, guys. Shadike?
I wanted to just add that I learned this in entrepreneurship class, that like it also goes through path and book rentals, and sometimes like school projects are sometimes funded by donation made by entrepreneurs such as Digital Flow and all those people.
Yeah, so those are some examples. Joanna, you have something else to say, or you didn't lower your hand from last time? Okay, all right, no problem. I had seen that Tashanli, apologize if I pronounced it wrong. You had your hand raised?
No, she said sponsorships of events in the chat.
In the chat. Okay. Okay.
Yes, and Orion asked the question. He said, if a business has different ethical principles,
That was my
how would
question from the previous one. She said send it into the chat.
Oh, I knew it sounded familiar. My bad. Sorry.
Yes, yes, no problem. All right, let's move on then. Okay, so 5 areas of corporate social responsibility areas. So again, it relates back to the elements that we were talking about. We have charity projects and community initiatives, fair trade investments, which we will go into very soon, decreasing your carbon footprint. That relates to, environmental concerns, and the constant show of environmental consciousness, and ethical labor policy. Ethical labor policy is, basically like making sure that your workers and your employees are treated with the utmost respect, and they have the proper working conditions, and they're not underpaid, or there's no bias, there's no rigorous or harsh working conditions, that they're taken care of properly, so that they will be motivated again to improve themselves, motivated to work, motivated to carry the business to a different level, and also be able to create a massive and a very positive impact on society. Again, environmental consciousness, ensuring that all of your initiatives, all of your future business plans are environmentally concerned, and you're not polluting the environment. You're making sure that all of your plans have proper aspects for environmental protection and such. Decreasing your carbon footprint. I have a question for you guys. So again, let me use Digicel as a company example. How do you think Digicel can decrease their carbon footprint? Or what measures can they take, Anyone?
Encourage carpooling of staff members to work.
Right, right. That's a good idea.
Use less paper in documentation, so then digitalize more stuff and only print when we have like meetings.
Right. That's good. I see you solar power. Right, that's a good one. Chenzing, you had your hand up?
No, it's fine.
Okay, but yeah, those are some ideas that they can use to decrease their carbon footprint, and those are also some ideas, guys, that you can use in your pitch to ensure that you get that part of the environmental concerns. Let me check the chat. Shadike, what did you want to say? Use. Okay.
Also, I was going to say that they can use like less vehicles and all those stuff that would like cause the ozone layer to like deplete and all those stuff. So they try to use less of those stuff that would cause harm to the environment.
Right. So basically that, guys. And again, as I said before, you can use those in your pitch and make sure that you point those out so that you can cover this area. Charity projects and community initiatives. We had touched on that earlier, like book drives and back to school initiatives, grants, just like that. So CSR initiatives. Again, let's go back to the definition of corporate social responsibility. CSR involves individuals within a business or organization concluding that a problem or issue is there or exists and devises a solution to help to tackle it or help to combat it. So any corporate social responsibility initiative will begin from there. So here are some ideas for corporate social responsibility initiatives. So you have the philanthropic initiatives, environmentally friendly initiatives, community projects, and fair trade investments. So many businesses throughout the country and throughout the world provide support to their local communities through charitable giving or employ CSR volunteering with local groups. For example, some companies could encourage employees to volunteer their time to reduce like buildup of litter, like cleaning the streets or beach cleanup or all of that. And this would, support the community and also provide protection for the natural environment. So this is basically an idea where your company can give back to the society and again to the environmentally friendly initiatives. So say for example, like you have a clothing business, right? So consumers are willing to pay higher prices for clothing that's of the highest possible quality, as said before, right? So clothing manufacturing companies could also implement initiatives to donate like climate appropriate clothing to those in need around the world. So, there are really cold climates up in the north, and there are lots of people who don't have the resources to keep themselves safe and healthy. Clothing companies, as said, for example, they can give back and they can create like donate clothing that's warm and stuff like that. So anyone else has any examples that some initiatives that they thought that comes to their head, comes to your minds when you look at this?
Also, guys, it doesn't have to be focused on environment. It can be something that you're passionate about and you want to solve that issue. Esther brought up a lot of the issues that are happening in Jamaica. And if you are always curious about this issue, or you always wanted to solve that issue, that could be your CSR for your service or your pitch.
Right. TJ?
Reforestation, like planting trees and stuff like that, for the environment friendly initiative.
Yes, that's true, you can. Any other initiatives, as Zing said, outside of environment, guys, that you can think about?
So it could be something like unemployment, right? The unemployment rate. Someone said high school dropout rate before. It could be you're doing educational platforms to decrease on high school dropout rate, and to decrease unemployment rate. So stuff like that. TJ, do you have another question or idea?
Oh, I just forgot to warm up.
Okay.
So they're in the chat. Candice said food drives, yes. And Christina said tutoring services for community projects. Yeah, that's true. That's right. So any other examples, guys, or let's move on.
We like the fundraising for like the touch youths, like the ones that are not qualified or like,
right.
School to learn skill or something.
Yeah. So you guys have the right idea. Go ahead.
Said initiatives to get devices for the underprivileged. I was thinking not only the devices, but like supplies for them to go back to school for the persons who can't afford it. Just get sponsors to give like books. Presenter was saying before, books that you used in previous years at school, you could give it back to the community.
Right.
And
that's
also, sorry, I think it was Candice, she said food drive. There are a lot of food insecure communities in Jamaica, and food, like when people are hungry, they tend to lose encouragement, and that's how the crime rates increase, because they feel like they are neglected by the society. So that could be one of the CSR also. Yes, Shadike?
Just wanted to say, utilize ways to create a product and protect the environment. And also I would like try to use skills and talents to create self-employment for myself and also for others, which would reduce unemployment rate, reduce poverty rate, and reduce crime and violence. And it would also create a better and safer country to live, raise families, and do business. Oh yes, and one more thing. More tourists will be able to want to come to Jamaica when it's more safer.
Nice, that's nice, guys. So as it relates to fair trade investment, I'm not exactly completely sure as to how to explain that. I think Wade must have had some explanation for it. So Zing or Chenzing, if you'd like to add, you can go ahead. But again, as it relates to that part, Wade will send the proper information and we'll share it with you guys.
I don't think I have an understanding over that. We'll just let Wade have his factual opinions on that.
Zing?
Yeah, I'll just let him answer this question.
Right. Okay, so let's move on.
I could give an example.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just did a quick, okay. So fair trade investments an example would be if Digicel came over to Africa to start supporting the increases, to start financially supporting other electricity and phone services over in Africa.
Oh, that's
Promoting,
interesting.
yeah.
So it's basically investing in other, like, companies investing in other companies to kind of, for a good cause like that, is it?
Partly, it helps development in countries, but it also forms relationships between two countries and the industry.
Okay, that's interesting. So that's a point to note, guys. So thank you. I was Orion.
I think also it could be locally. So for example, let's say if the BetterWorld team is partnering with the Jamaica's Prefect Association or Jamaica Student Council Association, we're doing a fair trade where we'll be accepting students from their association to come into this competition, and we'll both benefit from this. So I think something like that could be more of a local trade.
Oh, okay. No, that's nice. All right, great. So I hope everyone has an understanding of it now, like just a general understanding. So we'll move on. So now we have business ethics, which includes social volunteering, such as yearly blood donations or again, food drives or so. Green initiatives such as plastic-free cafeterias, community building projects and charity events, fair deals with fair partners, again, back to what Zing and Orion and we were talking about, and a secure workplace environment. Okay, CSR initiatives. So you have to have focused growth, direct communication as it relates to, with your employees or your consumers, your customers. Teamwork. Teamwork is a very strong and major thing that pulls a business together and allows you to have a bigger impact and a very positive impact. And global reach. So how you can reach out and build your expand properly and expand with a positive impact. So these are 4 things that you need to keep in mind. So here are the elements of company ethics. So you have environmental initiatives. Again, I think Wade was trying to use the example of MDC Limited as a company. So environmental initiatives, MDC reduces plastic use daily. Their labor standards, they have awarded work safety regulations. Their gender balance as it relates to employees, wages and workplaces parity, community relations. So there's fundraisers for local initiatives and community service and charity projects, they support for families in need. So this is an example, I guess he was trying to give for what a company who is achieving their corporate social responsibility would look like. Any questions, guys? Okay. So corporate responsibility values. So value one, again, relating back to what we said from before. So you have teamwork focus, you have community ethics, you have workplace safety, you have environmental consciousness, and you have a focused goal and fair deals. So these are some 6 values that you can keep in mind. So CSR elements now. Sustainable resources when using for production or so, high proper labor standards, gender equality as it relates to, your employees, building of a community, focusing on a goal and, growing with that goal, and charity projects where you can give back to society on a whole. So MDC Limited, again, back to their company CSR values. So you have ethical actions, charity initiatives, employee safety, fair deals, green initiatives, legal liability. Again, they're very transparent so that there's no illegal action, and social liability. So how they can respond to this social aspect and how they can give back. So corporate values categories. So you have to be, a firm has to be goal oriented. You need to focus on being long term. You need to be sincere. You have to have support the local market. You have to be caring. You have to follow your business ethics, and be sustainable in your plans and business plans and renewal of resources.
Wait, go back to the previous slide, please, Mohito. Okay, so for sustainability, guys, you have to ensure that your plan is sustainable, right? And you will be able to help this group or community group in long term, and they're not just getting the benefit temporarily, right? And we have to, it kind of relates to long term, it's feasible, it will continue not just for 2 months, it will continue for 5 years, 10 years. And sincerity, meaning that I think Daniel kind of mentioned it, tell a story, your corporate values are sincere, it's believable, it's they can tell that you really want to solve this particular issue and help this group of people, and you're getting support from local market, partnering with companies that share similar values, and you're caring, you want to help the group of people that your service is designed for. And this is kind of similar to what we said before, we are focusing on different responsibilities, whether environmental, being eco-friendly, or fair trade. You want to partner with someone to, brand your name out there, in the market, and ensuring that you're getting the target group for your company. And that's basically, what we said from before.
Okay.
And
go ahead, Zane.
All right. So basically for this, it's, how do I say this?
I think Wade was trying to use an example of a company like MDC Limited and show how they, how they do corporate social responsibility. What do you think, Zane?
I think that's what he was trying to do. So he was, of course, we have to be supporting a good cause. We're solving an issue and helping this group of people. And company diversity and labor practices. I think it's being able to branch out to different, how do I say, different people that are in need of this help. You know, like we can focus here. It's not just students from one particular school, it's students from all over Jamaica. Environmental conservation. So we're always doing eco-friendly decisions, I would say, you know, ensuring that we're not causing any harm to the environment, and philanthropic effort. Basically, always have in mind that, you know, we're trying to give back to our community using our CSR.
And this is a diagram that, you know, he just put there, corporate social responsibility areas and their examples. So Zing, you want to go ahead and read this part?
I think we can skip over this part because we basically mentioned it.
Yeah, it's fair, sustainable, legal, giving, ethical, and social. And 4 elements of CSR: your community, your workplace, your market, and the environment. And again, I think he used the analogy of a puzzle piece, like all of these 4 places, all these 4 elements, we work together to create one big entity, one big piece, the complete puzzle, which will, you know, create a big impact and give, complete the corporate social responsibility.
And guys, I just want to add, when you're pitching your idea to the investors, they will be looking out for your corporate social responsibility. And if you don't have one, they'll be like, so what is your company, what is your product aiming for, or the purpose of your product, right? Because a lot of the companies now, they all have, I think it's a law that you have to attain certain amount of corporate social responsibility. And that's why you always see like Lasco Foundation, Digital Foundation, NCB foundations, these banks always trying to reach out to different community service projects. So it is very important that you come up with a corporate social responsibility in your pitch. And when you're pitching on the competition day, that it is clear, concise, and unique, so that, you know, your pitch stands out.
Yep. Yes, guys. So we have the 5 pillars, graphics of business responsibility. Again, philanthropy, sustainability, equality, fairness, and transparency. And all relating back to what we spoke about before. Okay, this is a puzzle for you guys. If you remember the puzzle that we showed you, can you fill in the blanks, the 4 spaces? 4 elements of CSR.
One, the green one is workplace.
Yes.
Purple one is sustainability.
Sorry, was that who was speaking?
The one with the red house is market.
Right. Christina?
Sorry, I was saying that the purple one was environment.
And last one, guys?
Community.
Yes, correct. Good job, guys. So this is a bigger one. You guys had seen it before, the corporate social responsibility areas. Do you remember them?
I think we didn't go in depth, like we just went over it. But I think the purple one would be legal responsibilities.
Yes, legal. There's legal.
And the white one is environmental.
Or sustainable, yeah.
Was the goldish yellow one fair?
Yes.
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 Great.
Yes, correct.
Guys,
And
you
I
can
think the
get
orange
things
one
from
is
the logo.
social.
Sorry, Andrea.
I think the orange one is social.
Yes, it is. It is social. So you have 2 more left, guys. Starts with an E word and a G word. Anyone?
The G one, is it government?
No.
Is the E one ethical?
Yes, Shadika, it's ethical. Alexis?
Is it growth?
No, it's not growth. Maybe look at the logo. Maybe that will give you an idea.
Yeah.
Any takers in 3?
Global?
No. 3, 2, 1. Okay, there's one in the chat. Okay, actually it's very close to it.
That's very
but,
similar, yeah.
But it's a synonym to that.
Starts with a G. I think you can just say mojito.
Okay, no problem. It's giving. So actually, good job. You're almost there. So that is the end of the presentation, guys. I hope Chenzing and I did an almost okay job for explaining it to you. Again, we're really sorry that Wade could not make it, but if you have any questions, please do put them in the chat so we can forward them to him and he can give you feedback and give you a response to it. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mohit, I think you did great. Considering you just got the PowerPoint and just had to go with it, yeah, I think you did great.
Thank you, Chenzing. Thank you.
You did really great.
Yes, I think so as well. Given the time span that she had to peruse the presentation, she did a very, very, very good job. I think everybody have a solid understanding of what their pitch aspect when it comes on to corporate social responsibility should look like and should sound like and should address. Again, if you have any question in regards to that, type it in the chat, send it to Zing, and Zing will then relay those questions to Wade, and he will then answer it, and then she will then relay those answers to you guys. No, I must say it has been a lovely, lovely day. A lovely day full with a lot of learning and a lot of writing down and a lot of questions and a lot of getting to know ourselves better. I hope that I did a very good job for you guys, easing you into this space. I know that it can be very, very intimidating. You know, it's a very very intimidating space, as I was saying. And you know, you guys are very young. I'm an adult now. I'm 21, but you guys are very young. So I know that it can be very, very intimidating. But I know people like Walker is ready for the pitch. I know she's ready from there. She just dip on it. Prince, I know that Prince is ready. Let me see your Prince sit down. Prince sit down and rest back. So easy, ready. I'm so happy for you guys. And I cannot wait to hear your speeches. I can hear your pitches, rather, and see you guys put all that you have learned today into practice and see come to that fruition. Right, we will be sending the presentation, Mr. Isaac. You can get them. No question asked. That was a given, right, Zing? That was absolutely a given that you will be getting the presentation.
Yes.
Right. So, well, guys, my name again is Dylan Livingston. I have been your host. Thank you guys so much for having me. Zing, I'm coming back to the pitch. Let me know. It has been absolutely amazing, and thank you guys so much for having me. Well, so they really kind of gone still, but it was good time spent. Have a blessed rest of your day for those who believe in the Most High. For those who don't, still have a blessed day.
Wait, give me a sec, Deontay. So,
okay.
Before I say something, TJ, go ahead, please.
I was just going to ask, when is the next meeting?
Okay, that's what I'm going into.
Yeah, I was just hand over to using.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Before I talk about the event, thank you so much to all our speakers. I know some of them are like busy, so they're not here anymore. But you know, we really appreciate their presence, and they took the time to make all these presentations for you guys, and they really hope that you guys learned something from their presentations and are able to use what you guys have learned today into your pitch, you know, presentation. And also a big thanks to Deontay Didi. He's a part of us right now, you know. He was really warm, you know, making the entire vibe very comfortable. You know, everyone feels comfortable. So thank you so much, Didi. And yeah, we couldn't have asked for a better MC, you know, top one. So we'll be moving into tomorrow will be our following event where you guys will be brainstorming your ideas, right? So here's how this is going to work. Everyone's going to share an idea that they have in mind, and we will vote for the top, I think it's the top 7 or top 6 ideas will be used to go into the competition, and you guys will go work in pairs. So you guys can choose your pairs for tomorrow's meeting when you hear everyone's ideas. So if you want to promote a product or a service that's environmentally friendly and you hear someone else talking about an idea that's very similar to yours, but more, probably more developed one, then you can choose that person to work with you to come up with the sustainable plan and the pitch for Sunday. And when you come up with the ideas, we'll put you in the pairs and you guys will form that WhatsApp group. And you know, you will add me and then I will add the mentors that were introduced to you guys on orientation day. And they will be guiding you throughout the week. You know, you can always ask them questions and they will give you guidance and feedbacks on your presentation so that you guys are prepared for Sunday to pitch your ideas. But if you guys have any questions with the process, you can ask now. But yeah, that's basically it. Yes, Mohita.
Yeah, so if there are no questions, then can I get like a short like waving for Instagram or by one last thing, Didi, just a second. Just a little wave for the Instagram page. You know, it's a story. So everyone with your cameras on. Thank you. All right.
I swear to God.
Bye, everybody.
Hi, Didi.
Hi. Oh, TJ, yes.
Regarding to the ideas tomorrow, like, you have to be like a pitch like the way we went to the idea. Like
no, it's not a professional pitch, but you're just sharing your ideas so that you're able to find the right partner. You know, we want to have partners that have similar interests so that you guys are able to work together. It's more of like get to know your partner session so that you guys can work well together.
Let's pick the best 7 pitches. That's what you said?
Yes. So guys, if you tomorrow is kind of mandatory because we really need to know the ideas that you guys want to share.
It probably be best. Sorry.
Miss Demaria Walker said that she can't make it for the time. We can speak in the group to work on a timing that's comfortable for everyone. But tomorrow's meeting is going to be mandatory. If you are not able to show up for that meeting, let us know before, but to be honest, I think you guys really should be there. It's kind of mandatory. If you are not able to show up, then I don't think you're able to enter the competition and win the prize because that's a brainstorming session with ideas. But we can work on a timing that's comfortable for everyone.
Excuse me, what did you say about pitching right now?
We're not pitching right now. We're just brainstorming ideas to share tomorrow. Well, thank you everyone for staying for this entire session. I know that you guys are all, tired. I hope you guys learned a lot from the speakers, from our presentations. And if you have any questions, message us on Instagram or message me on WhatsApp. I will answer them. Thank you so much, and really hope you guys learned a lot and have a lot of amazing ideas to share tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you guys, and yeah, hope you have a wonderful evening.
Oh, also, thank you for everyone who has their cameras on for the whole time and always engaging and asking questions. And this opportunity is really rare, and it's we stress it's free, and we have all these guest speakers coming in to share valuable information with you guys. And so we really appreciate the people who has been very interactive and early to the meetings and everything. We really appreciate you, and we know we've seen your interest and determination into this program. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Bye everyone. Chanzing and Zing, we can stay back for lots of it. Okay?
Yeah.